Mr. V. Krishnaswamy, and he has been around in different tournaments such as the Open and has done live coverage. So we'll get some real insight on how to do the things right this time around. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Aditya. The of course the Tata Steel PGTI domestic tour for India has actually been a massive success. With all our players, of course, are doing extremely well. The recent success of Gaganjeet Bhullar and Karandeep Kochar on the international circuit, and of course Sachin Basoya, who won the G. Milkha Singh Invitational, and right now he's on the top, along with Om Prakash Chauhan and Nepal's Sukra Bahadur Rai. So, I mean, there are three people right at the top at 9 under after the first two rounds, and all of them have been absolutely in scintillating form.
Yes, absolutely. Gear up, get ready for some real time golf being aired your way from the wildlife venue, which is Digboi, Assam, a prolific venue. Players love it, not just because of the AQ quality, air quality being very high, but also for the challenges and the adversities it poses is totally surreal and very unique to itself.
So we've got there Pukhraj Singh Gill, 27 years of age, professional now for 5 years. He is coming off rounds of 70 and 68 at 6 under in tied eighth place alongside Aman Raj. And as I said just a while ago, I mean, both these players, Aman Raj and Pukhraj, are three shots behind the trio which leads this tournament at the halfway stage. The rupees 80 lakh prize purse for this, an enhancement from the previous 75. So a nice little bonus for them. And Pukhraj, one of the longest hitters on the tour, is off for this third round.
Yes, absolutely. An update on the price purse being anteed up by IndianOil Servo Masters by 5 lakhs. Previously, this venue hosted the same tournament at 75 lakhs. A bit of history about this event is that Indian Oil likes to surprise its players with a welcome bonus of a few lakhs every time around we are here. They keep anting the prize purse by a fraction bit more, which becomes a welcome surprise. So kudos to Indian Oil on doing that on a regular basis.
This is one of the longest running tournaments on the India PGTI tour. I believe it's the 16th edition. Of course, the six-time winner Mukesh Kumar is not here. This time he'll be back on the tour next week. But of course, we've got a whole bunch of new faces, young faces, led by, say, someone like Sachin Basoya, who won last week in such a tight finish right at the end. So Sachin is really a man in form and chasing Om Prakash Chauhan in the final stages of the tour season this year. And of course, the topper on the order of merit gets a full card to play on the DP World Tour, which is a massive incentive, not just in terms of money, but also in terms of the doors that it opens to the international stage. So from here, from Digboi, we'll move on to Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitation in Gurugram, the SSP Invitation in Kolkata, the Jaipur Open, and finally the train will stop at the Tata Steel Tour Championships, which carries a whopping prize of rupees 3 crores at Jamshedpur, and where the Order of Merit champion will also be decided. Doesn't all this prize money make your mouth water, Aditya?
Yes, absolutely. It does. That's why in the SSP Invitational, you'll be seeing me on the other side of the window.
So there you are. So we've got a man who's going to be right in the thick of action very soon at the next event. Right now, he's going to be kind of bringing along with me his views on the action of his colleagues right now battling it in Digboi. Digboi is absolutely a fantastic golf course, as Aditya has already told you. One of the historic courses here. It has a flagship it's supported by a flagship company, the Indian Oil, and they've been really, kind of at the service of Indian sport, particularly golf. I'm so happy about it for 16 years, as I said, and it's got one of the biggest oil refineries in Asia, and of course, it's almost like the lifeline of the Northeast and, of course, of India.
Yes, absolutely. Indian Oil has been a pioneer brand for developing not only golf but, as they say, environment and lifestyle also, because this company has been there for so many ages. The development of the surroundings has automatically happened just because of the workforce which they provide. And as they say, if you've been to Digboi, you'll always find the eternal flame always burning out, be it hailstorms, be it bright and sunny, or the darkest day in the night. But that eternal flame is always running. So, Indian Oil has done brilliant work for not only golf in the society, but in general for the development of this sector.
The group that just teed off alongside Raj and Aman Raj also has Akbar Hussain and in the three ball. And we'll soon start the action for the groups behind them, the lead groups. The next group will be Mohammad Azhar, Kapil Kumar, and Anura Rohana of Sri Lanka. And then finally, we will come to the lead trio of Sachin Basoya, Sukra Bahadur Rai, and Om Prakash Chauhan, all of them tied at 9 under. Just a little bit of a recap. The second round ended a little early this morning because the players couldn't finish on the second day, their second round. So we are now into the third round action. Sukra Bahadur had rounds of 68 and 69, 68 and 67. Sachin Basoya 66 69 and Om Prakash Chauhan 67 68. Chauhan may well have had actually, been the sole leader, but for the bogey that he had, or rather the bogey that he had right at the beginning of his second night, which was the first hole. So he's been in cracking form. I don't think he ever leaves the top 10 on the leaderboard. Through the season, I just noticed that his his weakest or poorest finish has been tied 11th. So imagine what kind of form he's been in.
Absolutely. He's been dialed in from the very first tournament from Ahmedabad. And as you can see, the prolific run which he's having in forms of not only the money which he surmounted, which is going to be very clear from what it looks like, that it's going to be breaking all shackles, all records, and post something which Professional Golf Tour of India's Order of Merit in terms of prize money has never seen before.
Absolutely, that's the beauty of the PG Tata Steel PGTI. It has grown by leaps and bounds. The persons which are now available, these were the kind of persons which, till a few years ago, would have been on the Asian tour or something like that. But now it's there for all the players sitting at home and making a lot of money. And the competition is extremely stiff. It's no longer a question of some of the guys just kind of winning each week. We now have possible winners, like a half a dozen, maybe even more, a dozen players who can actually pull off a successful week here. And we've seen Sachin Basoya flower this year. Om Prakash Chauhan has been in great form. He won the Challenge Tour event earlier in the year, which actually kind of gave him a massive head start in terms of what the tournament actually, or what the form that he was in, it showed. And of course, he won the Duncan Taylor Blackpool Challenge in March, and ever since then, he's actually not let off at all. He won only once after that at the JK Open, um, but otherwise, as I said, he's been second in Coimbatore, third in Vizag, the fifth in the Telangana at the Golconda Masters, won the JK Open, ninth at Haryana Open, and he was eighth at the Om Prakash. Om Prakash was eighth at the G. Milkha Singh Invitational, where he made a late charge. The store has actually now traveled all over the place, and it is finally coming here to Digboi. It's been running from, say, Chennai to Coimbatore to the west to the north, and of course, it's been absolutely fantastic. We get to see all of India through our professional golfers.
Yes, absolutely. Great job by the Tata Steel PGTI Tour for not only bringing money, they've also brought in an awesome and abundant amount of prize money points, which the people can collect and move up in world ranking points. And here's a look at the guys who are going to try and jump up. From the first look of the first fairway, Pukraj has drilled his drive in the middle of the fairway, And some for the people who were just wondering what this gentleman was doing with a gadget in his hand, that's the rangefinder. He's trying to gauge the exact distance. Professional Golf Tour of India follows the USGA guidelines, which permits the players to use rangefinders. So not only do they have accurate locations and distances measured to the pin, but also helps in pace of play.
Talking of pace of play, that's become extremely important in this time and age, when everybody tries to finish the round, a three-ball round, in say a little over 4 hours and 40 minutes. Am I right, Aditya?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I mean, there's been, because there is people who want to finish the rounds. There is television. There is so much else that is scheduled around each day. So the players just can't afford to take more than the allotted time, and the referees are there always to kind of goad them on to finish their rounds well in time. So here is Pukraj with his second shot from the middle of the fairway.
Yes, with his approach shot coming down from the middle of the fairway. And if that's his ball, he's found the center of the green, which is a prime spot to be in. As Digboi greens are not massive in size, but they are very tricky. So people will have to take very, very measured approach to the way they're going about their business.
That's Mohammad Azhar. He's still searching for his maiden win on the Indian tour.
Yes, and so is his playing partner Kapil. Kapil's had some really close finishes. He's been in a playoff, if I'm not wrong, in Noida, but he's been knocking on the door quite a few times. Just a matter of time when he barges through and claims his first title as his fellow player, which is Sachin Basoya, who's in prolific form, has done that this year.
Sachin is actually, I mean, fantastic. His cousin, I believe, Hani Basoya, of course, plays on the Asian tour, and I'm sure Sachin is showing enough signs of getting onto a higher level. And I won't be surprised, because he has the mindset. He can actually put together, a run of birdies and make a go for it at any point of time. And he's pretty solid mentally in the over the weekend. So here is, meanwhile, Kapil. Very nice, colorful shirts these days, Aditya.
Yes, absolutely. Easy to spot who's wearing what these days, as not only the attributes of about how aggressive you play, but how bold you're dressed up is also a thing or two which we can pick up from these young lads.
It's a mindset.
And here comes the old war horse from the Lankan continent and is bearing the torch for Sri Lankan golf for God knows how many years. He already has 6 wins under his belt.
I remember Anurag seeing him as an amateur way back in 2002, when he was still an amateur. He played at the Asian Games alongside Shiv Kapoor in Korea, and he picked up the silver medal when Shiv won the gold medal. And right now, Anurag, he is so fit at the age of 50, and I believe his son is also getting into pro golf, because he often caddies for Anurag, and Anurag takes a lot of care in trying to teach his young man the nuances of the game. And Anurag really was one of the first pros to venture out into India. Of course, before that, there used to be Pereira. Mithun Pereira's father used to play in India at the amateur circuit. He came pretty close to winning All India amateurs a couple of times. So Sri Lankan golf has actually benefited a lot, and we've had a few PGTI events in Sri Lanka also. But it's great, the golfers from Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, all making use of the Indian tour. And we here are the green Pokraj on the first hole. Well, it looks like a pretty neat. I wouldn't say a tap in, but he should get that.
Yes, absolutely. With the caliber of these players, especially Pukhraj, that should be a mere tap in for him. But so that means he actually did not find the green and went a little bit long with his approach shot. But on the hindsight of it, the chip is tremendously done and mere formality to clean up for par.
That looks like a slightly longish putt there, about what, 15 to 18, you reckon?
Yeah, probably that. And if memory serves me right, it's going to sharp move from his left to right, and which it does. But I think he overborrowed a little bit on that one.
Just fast, I mean, I suppose just warming up the early part of the morning. So we're now cleaning it up. So there is a nice start there for Akbar there.
Yes, and this is the young man I was talking about on to my right side, Mr. V. Krishnaswamy, who will be giving us company alongside me. We'll be co hosting this event for rounds 3 and 4. So, anybody who's tuning in right now, welcome aboard and fasten your seatbelts because the players are up and running and some fiery starts are already underway.
Thank you so much, Aditya, for calling me a young man. I thought, like Anura is actually much younger than I am, so you can imagine how old I am. So, but for me, it is such a lovely thing to see the PGTI, the Indian tour, having grown so much, and I can't just help repeating it again and again, because the prize money, the quality of golf has been so good, and it's given us a lot of golfers on any given week around the world. We have about 15 odd golfers playing on different tours across the globe. And we have some really senior players like Jeev and all now on the senior tour. So I think the quality of golf itself has been just amazing. And here it is. So he cleans up Pokraj.
Yeah, Pokra's cleaning up for his probable par attempt, and here is a look at the man which is in love and will always stay in love from what conversations I've had with him is with his hats.
Man with a hat.
Yes, I like to call him the Mad Hatter, but he won't agree with me. But he himself is having a great run this year. He won in Ahmedabad and has also won in Golconda, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, the thing about Aman is, he also has a terrific sense of humor. He's a great guy. I'll honestly tell you. I mean, all the time he has something to share with you, and I would say that's the kind of a person who does wonders for the tour, makes it comfortable to travel all over the place. I mean, he's great company actually. So the Indian Oil Servo Masters, the world-class lubricant manufacturers supporting and sponsoring this event for the 16th staging with an enhanced prize purse of rupees 80 lakhs.
Yeah, and here's a look at the lovely use of technology, the Pro Tracer, which gives you different ball flights and what options the players choose to use.
Look at the amount of greenery, that we have on this golf course. And, it's just the kind of an office I would love to have every week. I mean, regardless of which part of the country or the globe. And, whether we are golfers, golf writers, commentators, etc., I think we are extremely fortunate to be able to do that week after week for a good part of the year.
Yes, absolutely. On a lighter note, building on the same point of view, this is one of the treacherous tracks to have as an office because I remember the signature hole 16th is in the extremest corner of the golf course. And while we were playing round four, we heard a sound which sent shivers down our spine.
Don't tell me.
Yeah, we heard it, and the second we heard it, we weren't willing to move forward, left, right, or center. I had pretty much all my clubs in my hands to use it as protection because this place has some serious, beautiful, and threatening wildlife. When we get an opportunity, we'll show you the 16th hole, the signature hole, what story I'm trying to narrate around, and the trenches which are built in between this golf course to provide shelters for the golfers who are playing in case of a stampede of an elephant herd.
Now, I mean, a stampede of an elephant herd, I mean, that can be pretty dangerous. A little while ago, Aditya, we were talking about how colorful and how bright the shirts have become. I mean, you are no slouch in that area. You have a pretty good collection too yourself, and I know the other golfers often talk about it. So Aditya, the colorful Aditya.
I like to just see the red color on my scorecard somehow, which has been eluding it. So let's hope it does not stay for long. And here's a look at Vikrant Chopra using the longer length putters. I think other than Vikrant, there's just Ranjit Singh who uses this kind of a putter. A very different kind of style to go about. And here's the young bashing Arjun Sharma from Greater Noida. He had a very good round one, but a bit of flutter on the round two has seen him starting off his tea time a little earlier than he would have preferred.
He started the week actually with a 66, but I think somewhere lost a little bit of his way in the second round, especially at the start of the back nine, or rather, which is where he actually started his second round. Dropped a few bogeys there. He had a 74. So here we are back here with the Azhar.
I think that was Rohana. Very unique to see Rohana's ball flight going so high.
Oh, yeah, there he is. Gosh, I mean, he can give youngsters who are like 10, 15 years or maybe even more younger than him a run for their money, not just in terms of golf, but in terms of sheer fitness.
Yes, absolutely. I remember we were down in his hometown, Colombo, playing an event, and Rohana was playing with me, and he had a very young guy caddying for him. And when the conversation started and getting a little engaging, it came down to the story which you were narrating, that his son is trying to turn professional. And that day, when after the round we saw his son hit the golf ball, I was pretty amazed. He's pretty much a chip of the old block. So Rohana has done a thing or two right about teaching his son to go about business the way he has been, and he has been a brand ambassador in all sorts for Sri Lankan golf.
He had a terrific second round, a completely bogey free 67, which has now put him into contention at 8 under and just one off the lead. We're talking of colorful shirts, there's more of that now. Sachin Basoya, the man in form.
Yeah, Sachin Basoya, home course Delhi Golf Club, and he's merely 28 years old. And this season, as we have not talked enough already about him, he's already had two wins, the more so recent one at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational.
Packs a lot of punch out there.
Yeah, he likes that aggressive gameplay format where no pedal is left off the gas. And as you can see, the driver, the big gun, which was the choice of club for Sachin, and Sukra trying to place the ball comfortably in a fairway by what seems to be looking like a three wood.
Yeah, we played at Dharan Golf Club in Nepal. It's a small club. It's a beautiful golf course. Yeah,
I don't think so. I've played over there, but
Gokarna, I'm sure.
Gokarna, yes, quite a few times. What a
That's their
beautiful
flagship.
track!
That's their flagship golf course, isn't it?
Yes, that's their flagship golf course, and what beautiful venue, and the track just for the surroundings itself makes you feel like you can just keep playing golf on and on all day.
And talking about golf in Nepal, apart from the fact that many of their players actually play on the Indian tour, even their amateurs have benefited a lot because of Indian support. We have your former colleague Tarun Sardesai, a former pro, who now kind of runs an academy just off Bangalore in Zion Hills. He takes care of a lot of amateurs from Nepal, and they are housed with him in the residential academy at Zion.
Yes, absolutely. Here's the hottest player on Indian subcontinent, Mr. Om Prakash Singh Chauhan, with 9 wins under his belt and has pelted it in prime position. And the leaders are up, off, and running. So if you're in the closer vicinities of Digboi, Assam, come out, try and see how this sport is played and lived for a living, a career option, as these guys, the best of the best, are going to showcase their talents. And you can definitely learn a thing or two about how to go about playing good golf and in the meanwhile also enjoy it.
Om Prakash has been in the top 10 in the last 6 weeks at a stretch. And he it really is, in red hot form. And of course, Sachin Basoya has been in the top five in the last four. So, I mean, I would say that these two guys in the lead group at 9 under, both of them are in just amazing form. And Sukra Bahadur is also, I just love that name. It has such a lovely, kind of sound to it. And he's so fresh looking, young chap, with stars in his eyes, playing at this high level, a high quality of golf. What I think is one of the best run tours in the whole of Asia. So we have there a split screen. On the right side, on feed two, you can see the man in the hat, Aman Raj.
Yes, Aman Raj on live feed 2 and on the live feed 1 is Mr. Rohana himself. A longish birdie putt, but
No, just a slip past inside. And now Anura is trying to clean that up. And oh my God, this is what golf can do. A short putt, and he misses that from what looked like a possible birdie. He's ended up with a bogey. So that's a bit of a disappointment for Anura. Usually a fairly, comfortable and a confident putter. I mean, it's not really, been a great start for him. So that's a bogey start here for Anura. But never mind, I'm sure he'll pick it up there. And on the right side, Aman Raj is now contemplating on what to do next. Aman Raj is playing alongside Pukhraj Singh and Akbar Hussain. That's Akbar Hussain finishing off the hole, and so that's it looks like a path to me. I mean, so probably looked at a birdie to early in the day. It's always nice for the players to start the day early with the birdie in the first couple of holes. It kind of gives them a fast start, gets their confidence up, and kind of prepares them for the rest of the day. And it's as Aditya would always vouch for it. I mean, I keep going back to Aditya on this because I mean he's the man who's going to be playing next at the SSB Invitational. So a good fast start is what every golfer looks for, especially on a moving day like this.
yes, absolutely. A fast start is not only soft pass, but a birdie thrown around here and there gives you the early momentum which can be carried forward for the rest of the holes. And as you know, a birdie in the bag is something which you can not only relish, enjoy, but it's a debit in your scorecard, so which is always of a good term.
So there you are. Unfortunately, neither Anwar Rohana in the other feed and Pokraj quite managing to close their putts there. So beginning with a bit of a missed putt, a bogey possibly, and so that's a little bit of a disappointment for both of them. But I would say, I mean, I mean, it's just early days, early hours, so to say.
Yes, absolutely. Talking on building up on fast tracks, fast starts, Sarthak, Chibber, Zamal, and Vikrant Chopra seem to have been notching their rounds in the correct directions. All are a couple of under par, and that's what a hot start looks like. So let's see what the leaders are trying to gear up for their round and how quickly one of these three is going to break out and take the sole lead on their own.
Now, talking of Jamal Hussein, he had, he was there right in the middle, right in the middle of, kind of the frame, and unfortunately, couldn't quite hold it on as Sachin just went past him right at the end to pick up that title in the Jeev Invitational. But Jamal, he's got two birdies in the first three holes as he's made a quick move up and is approaching the top 10. So at 5 under, he's four behind. But remember, there's almost like full 2 rounds to go. So Jamal probably has his eyes here. Digboi is pretty close to his home in Bangladesh, so I'm sure he fancies himself.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future, fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Have a look at those dense bushes which are on your left hand side is the water hazard. So you have to be prime and ready to start off your round with a very daunting tee shot in terms of the first hole. As we can see, the leaders have done that. Sukra in his what pretty soon will be a famous attire for his
Red and black. Huh?
red and black. Red and black seems to be his favorite attire. I've seen him too many times in red and black not to mistake him. And the look at the better half of use of technology is the leaders with Sukra, Sachin, and Om Prakash showing the different ball flights which they played off the tee, the choice of ball flights, and the clubs which they've used.
Just running off the green now. It stays on the green in the shadows, so to say.
Yeah, fairly lengthy putt coming up for on the second hole, as it's a little bit of a downhill location from where Kapil's ball has ended up. Would make it up for a very interesting putt for him because it is fairly lengthy. Sachin seems to have missed the green on the right hand side, so should be a simple bump and run chip for him, and looks to be doing the similar thing.
What kind of grass do you have here, Aditya, on the just when you just kind of miss it? And
So
does it go the wall?
the entirety of the golf course is covered with crabgrass because nothing else can sustain because of the rainfall which this place experiences. Crabgrass is the only grass which can sustain that kind of rain and still be alive in terms of being able to play. So it's nothing very severe about crabgrass other than the fact if you miss it in the rough because the leaves are way wider than than the normal turf and the grass which we play off. So the club gets to stuck in a little bit more. So you have to be a little more aggressive and be a little more careful of with your angle of attack so that you catch less of the grass as exactly what
Wow,
Sachin has demonstrated.
that's a nice one there. Leaves himself a very, very short tap in now, and that should not be much of a problem for him.
Yes, absolutely. For a man in this kind of form, these are just gimmies and move on.
There is no such thing as a gimme in golf. We just saw Anura Rohana miss from less than about 18 to 24 inches. I mean, so I can say, you can never be overconfident. I mean, and you can't afford to be careless. One shot can mean a world of difference at this level.
Yes, absolutely. And let's see what Om Prakash Chauhan's putter has to say about his putt. He's got a fairly decent putt coming up. Uphill, should move a little left to right if I'm not wrong from what memory serves me. And Om Prakash generally prefers the left riders, narrowly misses it out. Must have looked so good nearing the hole. So from the looks of it, both Sachin and OP will be able to secure their par without any problems. Let's have a look at what the third person, which is Sukra from Nepal, has to say about in terms of breaking out and taking sole lead. There'll be some serious punches being exchanged between all three of them to see who stands tall and is at top post the 18 holes.
Oh my God. He can just blow it in, kind of, he's got a wry smile there. He knows it stopped right at the lip. Now, I mean, you can only smile there. You can't get upset about it because he had a pretty good putt there.
And as we see on live feed one, Sachin trying to clean up for his par and move along to hole number two, versus Azhar trying to gauge the contours on the tricky par three second hole. You can never be sure enough and cannot have n number of looks on when you are on the green to gauge the speed and the line, because the marriage between those two is what will make the ball sink into the hole, and it's a very tough one to read.
Leaves it a bit short than he would have preferred. I mean, these are the testy pars, and right at the beginning, I mean, he wouldn't like this to kind of be a stress for him.
Yeah, that's the last thing any golfer wants, a stressful pop attempt, especially in the beginning of the round. But I'm sure he'll be able to make amends of the folly which he's had on the first putt with the second one. And here's a look at Kapil, who has also got a fairly lengthy putt coming up for himself.
Well,
He seems to have lagged it to absolutely stone dead, and he's cleaning up very nicely. So that's the simple par putts which we look forward to on every hole in case we don't end up birding that.
if you don't get a birdie, sure you get the par. Never drop a shot early in the game or drop at all. Anura knows that, you know, I mean, after a bogey-free second round, it hasn't been the happiest of starts. And the first hole, of course, is always a little bit of a difficult one here. I was just going through it. The stock index is also one, so probably one of the most the tougher holes on this golf course.
Yes, and this is where Azhar would be looking to make amends of the first part, which he's done very, very nicely. So,
Very confident, right in the heart of it.
yeah, a quick stride towards the hole to pick it up means you have done the job well. Wow, that's what heartbreak sounds and looks like, because
It's the
Rohana.
second time in a row that he's done that, and obviously, not happy about it. His face says it all. After a bogey-free round, to come up with two putts like that, two missing two short ones right at the start of the day, not the happiest of starts. But then, he is a man with a lot of experience. He's not going to let that get a better of him. Going to keep his cool. He knows there's still a lot of golf to be played.
Yes, absolutely. Seeing how Rohana has played over the years, that is just mere something which he will quickly forget and march on forward. And here's a look at that signature 16th hole which we were just talking about. It's a beautiful short par three, but what's interesting about this par three is that the distance between the front edge of the tee is not much. It's roughly about 125 to 130 yards, but there's a severe slope, somewhat of a gorge in between, which you have to climb down and get up. So it gives you that optical illusion that there is nothing in between. and which really is the case. So you can't miscue in terms of length on this hole. You got to be very, very careful.
Look at the amount of trees there. Does it make you feel a bit like the Delhi Golf Club?
Yes, definitely feels like
A tight course?
it is a tight track, but somewhat more forgiving than Delhi Golf Club, I would say that.
There's the big man Udayan Mane, an Olympian. This young man has been quite impressive. He turned a professional very recently. Rohan.
Yes, Rohan in himself is having a good stretch for this event, as he had a slop. He had a very good first round 65, and the following 74 somewhat derailed him, similar to what happened to Arjun Sharma
Correct.
also.
Correct.
But I'm sure he'll be looking to make amends, as he already, in a way, has, as he birdied the third hole, and a bit of a pump from that part would mean that could be a realistic possibility that he's ended up birding hole number 4 also. So he's got his train tracks working in the correct direction, and soon he shall be posting a red figure, which he would appreciate, is what we can only hope for.
The part. I mean, I would have expected him to do a lot better because I think he was one of India's top amateurs. I saw him play at the Asia Pacific Amateurs in Dubai, and it's just that maybe he's taking a little bit of time to kind of transition into the professional ranks. It often happens. I mean, how was it for you when you moved from amateurs to pros?
Not very much anything close to what he has experienced, and there's a narrow miss out for the big man Udayan Mane, the Olympian, who's out here to pretty much show how good he is. But with that part, he would be a little subdued, but a very funny guy if you come and meet him. Is building up on that point of my transition from amateurs. I was a very sloppy amateur. I didn't play amateur golf. I just played it for about what 9 months or 10 months, because all my fellow players in terms of Gaurav Pratap and rest, all of these guys, they wanted to turn professional. So I thought, what am I going to do over here? So the transition from amateur to professional golf was very quick for me.
So basically, peer pressure made you go for the money.
Peer pressure, or maybe I didn't want to linger around alone over there. But on the hindsight, I think it was a wiser call following my colleagues and roommate Mr. Pratap, as he this year has broken out after 14 years and has had his second win. So that's the longest standing running gap in professional golf tour of India's history. And if you look at how he's going about his business, he is currently ranked sixth on the order of merit with a whopping prize purse of 34 lakhs and some change already under his belt.
So never say never.
Yes, absolutely. He is the perfect example of the journeyman's professional. Sukra in a spot of bother on second hole, as he's missed the green on the wrong side, which is the right side on this hole. It's a short par three, but very, very tricky because there's a very big tree which on your screens, if you can see on the right hand side, guards the entirety of the front and the extreme right corner of the screen. So even a beautiful tee shot which is heading towards the center can actually clip these trees and pretty much end up where Supra has.
Talking of starts, Jamal seems to have picked up yet another birdie on the fifth. So he has had birdies on the first, third, and fifth. So he's 3 under through the first 6 holes. I mean, that's a good quick start.
Yes, absolutely. That's what the start we were talking about, what players would want, but it is not a joke or an easy feat to achieve, as Jamal, who's already won on Professional Golf Tour of India multiple times, has birdied three of his six holes, which means he's three under par and he's running towards the leaders, which now from a trio are into a duo as Sukra dropped a shot on the very first hole.
Anura seems to have had a very, very rough start, and it seems it's either a triple or a double for him on the first hole, followed by a bogey on the second. So that's been a pretty sharp fall for him from a tied second spot. He is down now past the top 15, below the top 15. So that's a bit of a uh, not so happy start for the veteran. Yeah, Sachin also seems to kind of looking, says, why did you, or what did I do here? It seems, well, the greens are pretty tricky here. I mean, they aren't as simple as they might look here. I mean, even the short putts, people have to be absolutely focused on them, committed to them, look at the line very, very cleanly and nicely before actually going ahead. So let's here see now Om Prakash, veteran. He knows what he's doing. That was like, okay, listen, guys, you want a little bit of a lesson from here? I'm here.
Yes, Hope is showcasing why he's the leading man to chase for the Order of Merit and why he sits pretty at top of all the professionals this season. And this is where it is going to get very, very interesting for the Nepalese national Sukra, as he would not want to drop two shots in back to back holes. Round three is known to be the moving day, and he would not want to be trending in the opposite direction.
Correct. Moving forward is what we want, not moving backwards. Seems to be missing on the inside more often. Talking of Om Prakash Chauhan, when he won the Challenge Tour event right at the start of the year in Bangalore, he actually gave it a shot and went for a couple of events in the Middle East, for the Challenge Tour. But they decided to come back and focus on the Indian Tour. I met him and I asked him once. He says, "No, I want to win the Order of Merit," and he had that idea right at the start of the year when it was barely like 4 months into the tour season, because he says, I want to win here so that I can get to the European Tour, the DP World Tour, which is the route that Manu Gandas used to get to the DP World Tour. And he spent a year learning the ropes at one of the toughest tours in the world. And of course, Manu was unable to keep his card, but he now plans to play a few events on the Challenge Tour. And with the Challenge Tour returning to India for two events last year in 2023 and possibly again in 2024, that gives a lot of opportunity to our players. And I think that was thanks to the marvelous alliance between the PGTI and the DP World Tour and the PGA Tour, which has helped enhance the prize purses and also create a fantastic pathway to higher levels of world golf.
Yes, absolutely. And here's a look at the picturesque par 3 fourth hole, narrowly evading the bunker. It'll be an interesting chip coming up for Azhar, as this is a slightly different kind of a par 3, as normally we see par 3s where the greens are elevated from the teeing spot. here is the opposite system. The tee is way higher than the green. So if you look at what you're targeted, it appears to be a very small bowl which we are hitting into, which actually is the case, because in case you miss the green and do not end up in the bunker behind, there is out of bounds lurking very, very close. So with that kind of elevation change, this is a very tricky par three.
So when we talked about the trio becoming a duo and it's now become a solo, as Chauhan picked up a birdie on the second with that very nice putt from about 6 to 7 feet or 8 feet on the par three second hole. So that makes him, he is now 1 under for the day and moves into double digits at 10 under, as Sachin with a par start is one behind, and Akbar Hussain, who had a birdie on the third, is tied for the third place alongside Kapil Kumar, who also had a par start. So 8 under, Kapil and Akbar. Sachin Basoya at 9, and Om Prakash Chauhan in a very familiar top spot at 10 under.
Yes, not only has Om Prakash broken out of the trio to a duo to a solo leader, he's also broken into double figures. For the very first time, we have one player in double figures in terms of Om Prakash Chauhan at 10 under par. And this is a beautiful drone shot view of the
Absolutely amazing
amazing.
shot. Great
So
camera
now,
work.
if you look at these lines which look like semi trenches, is what we were talking about. I was trying to explain. These are the trenches. These are pretty much 6 feet in height and very narrow, so that in case a herd of stampede by elephants are happening, the players, the caddies, the marshals are all very quick enough to run into them, because these are not wide enough for an elephant to enter, and in case they do, they'll get stuck. So it is actually a lifesaver and helps hell of a lot when it comes to a life threatening scenario. So as you see, it's very difficult to find the green on the par 4, because not only of the optical illusion, but the threat which lurks right behind the green. The out of bounds is very much realistically into play. So we might find through the course of the day and the week, players keeping it a little under hit from the flagstick, which seems to be the center back end of the green.
So no fancy work. You better be careful there, because there is danger on everywhere. So there you see the leaderboard. Om Prakash Chauhan at 10, Sachin 9 under, Akbar and Kapil at 8, and Azhar at 7 under.
And on your screens, you can see Pukhraj trying to understand the severity of the chip which is at hand for him. He's elected to putt it out. I guess he might have a bit of an issue with his stance. Let's see if he's got enough footing. Yeah, that there you have it. He's not got enough footing to stand up, so that ball has merely evaded the bunker. But with the awkward stance, this is not an easy lag putt which is coming up Pukhraj's way.
Yeah, he needs to get his footing properly. He doesn't have the easiest of shots right now. I mean, he's got his putter in his hand, so it's a bit of a he will need all his skill there. Well, considering how he was placed, I think that's a pretty good job he's done.
Yes, absolutely. That's one way of going about it. From a very tricky, awkward position, he's left himself with a very small par attempt coming up.
I'm sure he doesn't want to give away any shots after a bogey start. He caught one shot back on the third. Now I'm sure he wants a little bit of breathing space. If he can just kind of move on with a par and then kind of look at the par fives on the seventh and ninth, which is what I'm sure a long hitter like him has got his eyes on.
Yes, absolutely. Just for some people who have not seen or played this golf course, it's the severity of the first and second hole which you have to contend with, because thereafter this whole golf course opens up to a bunch of birdies which can be accumulated from hole number third all the way till the ninth, where you have the 10th hole waiting with not even open arms to welcome the players. And Azhar has not enjoyed that part and would eventually end up dropping one more shot on the shorter par 3, fourth hole.
I like the way Pukhraj kind of moves around the green. He's like prowling around there, sizing up his play. I mean, there's a confident walk about him. I mean, I think half the a golfer's quality also emanates from the kind of confidence that he has, and he certainly is not short on that.
Yes, absolutely. He's not short on that, and he does endless hours of routines and practice work, be it not only on the golf course, be aside, which is gym routines, keeping himself fit enough, keeping himself agile enough. As you can see, he is a very fit person. I had the good fortunes of training with him in one session, and pretty much halfway through his workout, I was dead for the rest of the week.
I mean, talking about fitness, gym work, and all, that is precisely what Tiger Woods brought into the game. And, he showed the way that golf was not just a question of hitting the right shots, but also staying extremely fit to kind of, lengthen your career. And look at him. I mean, despite all his injuries and surgeries, etc., he's going to be making a comeback next week at his own event, the Hero World Challenge at Albany. And, I mean, the legend. And when the legend comes back to the course, there seems to be a lot of electricity around the entire golfing community.
Here's a look at players trying to get ready and getting their anecdotes going about by marking their balls, choice of tee lengths, and the kind of gloves they want to use just before the round is going to start. These are a few highlights from before which the play had just started off. The best way for any player to start off is to pretty much stay light and loose, but at the same time, steel like determined focus is required before you pull that first trigger shot on the very first hole. Very much more so on this track, which happens to bring the most difficult hole into play, which is the first hole. First is a very treacherous hole, so there you have it. Words of wisdom. I think these are the words of wisdom which Sachin has been using from Gagan Chadha, which have surmounted him to the place where he is sitting pretty right now in terms of the order of merit being second. I think this is the way to go about, which I need to follow when I try and tee it up at the SSP Invitational. I'm going to hug Gagan at least for half an hour.
I mean, if hugs could actually get you to get the scores that you want to, I'm sure you would kind of put him inside your bag and keep taking him around whenever you can.
Yes, absolutely. On a more serious note, Gagan, JP, Prabhasha, the PGTI professionals who try to keep it light for the players, try and help them in terms of not only with their scorecards, with the rulings, also in a more of a ready state in terms of whatever is required in terms of administrative support, in terms of moral supports. It's pretty much become more of a family affair for all the players to see all these guys at the first tee as starters or the 10th tee as starters, because when you're traveling so much and working in such close proximities to each other, it so happens that you try and not only build a bond but more of a relationship, which most of the players will agree they have with the working staff of Professional Golf Tour of India. So
It's extremely important, Aditya, because you never know, when you need a shoulder to, kind of somebody to listen to. It's not every day that you have a great round. So on the days when things have not been going your way on the golf course, you need a friend that you can talk to. Maybe not even about golf, but just share a meal, just talk to about anything off the course. And I mean, that's a huge, huge.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
and narrowly awaits the bottom of the hole with the beautiful chip. But he's left with one of those tricklers which he's not been appreciating in the beginning of his round. So here's hoping that this finds the desired result. And there you see another player in terms of being not being able to find the dance floor, which is the putting green. Azhar will have a relatively simple bunker shot coming up his way.
Looks like a bit of a hard bunker.
Little bit of work still left for him, but yeah, these bunkers have those really old school sand, which is very thin, and because it's very thin, it is not that easy to get the ball in the locations which you want out to. The club generally just glides out. And here's a look at Couple coming out of the shadows for his birdie putt, what we would seem to be a birdie putt. narrowly missing out. These are the most uncomfortable parts when you are thinking it's going to drop in, and eventually, somehow, for forces unseen, unknown, the ball evades the hole.
It almost seems like as if the cup has shifted a little bit. You thought it was there and it isn't.
And on the live feed too, you can see Pukraj has pelted his drive way past and has somewhat maybe 70 yards left on his approach shot coming on to the fifth hole. So these are the stretch of holes which I was trying to explain about, that give you an ample amount of birdie opportunities, and all three of them, Aman, Azhar, and Pukhraj, have given themselves realistic putts for birdie on hole number 5. And apologies for my mistake. That third ball is not Azhar, that's Akbar Hussein's ball. So Akbar, in the man in blue, is the third man on this. And finally, a small putt finds the bottom of the hole for Mr. Rohana.
Actually, the pace of play has been pretty good. We've got these boys already up there on the fifth hole, so which is pretty heartening to see that all these guys are, kind of, moving along with the trend. Not taking too long, getting there and getting on with the job.
Yes, absolutely. Pace of play is something not to be trifled with, because just a few moments ago you saw the ever so jovial, but when it comes to pace of play, very, very serious and meticulous gentleman, Mr. Sampath Chari, was trying to figure out which direction to go in his scooty. So he'll make sure that pace of play is something which is completely adhered to at all times. You can't get away with it. I've had a few close run-ins with him, and it's better to put on your rollerblades on when he's around. Very big, hefty fines are in place in case you're playing slow. But these boys, I don't think, are even in a spot of bother in terms of time, as they have finished. They're about to finish 5 holes in a very good amount of time.
What happens, Aditya, often is, when we're talking about the close community, family kind of an atmosphere, all these people, they know, the referees are watching. And once you have a reputation of being a slow player, the referees make it a point to keep an eye on you. So nobody wants that kind of a reputation. So they all want to stay away from the limelight, at least in this case, and from away from the prying eyes of, say, a chief referee like Sampath.
Yes, absolutely. Mr. Chari is not a man to be trifled with at any point of the day, especially when you are playing a stipulated round of golf on the professional golf tour of India. But the second your clubs are out, you can pretty much go play around with him, because he gives you that teddy bear kind of a feel, which I tend to do a lot. I'm just lucky that he's not whacked me for that.
No, he's a wonderful man. I think extremely experienced referee. I'll just tell you a story about him, about how he kind of, virtually treats the rules of golf book, that huge fat book, as his Bible. It's a book that he most religiously follows all the time. And here's Pukhraj.
I think there's some kind of a anti golf ball repellent magnet in the hole, because this part had no business of not finding the bottom. Similar is other thought processes by Pukhraj being conveyed to his caddy, that he is also baffled by that ball, eluding the hole. And we can see the leaders have found their way on the elevated par 4 3 sorry elevated tee of the par 4 fourth hole, which happens to be a par 3.
You replace.
The tricky part about this golf course is you do not want even the slightest length of a par putt coming back your way, because unlike rest of the golf courses where you can see what break the ball has taken on the opposite run when you hit it, not very true over here in terms of that same direction is it going to break, because the effect of severe small slopes which are there on these greens, very very small contoured slopes, make it very difficult to sink in those 3 footers. That's why I guess Rohana has struggled a little bit.
There's Aman Raj on the 6th.
Yes, both Aman and Aman actually has pulled the trigger, but Sachin is having another look at his objective, which is the flagstick on the fourth hole.
He must really be, kind of wondering what Om Prakash had for breakfast, because Om Prakash birdied the second and the third, and he's pulled away to 11 under. He's now got 2 shots on Sachin. Sachin has yet to find his first birdie of the day.
Yes, but Sachin, after that tee shot, has given himself a very realistic birdie putt. But with the ball right behind him, he will get another very good read. I'm presuming that's Om Prakash
It
Chauhan's
should
ball.
be, because he had the honor. He had the birdie on the previous hole. So I would assume that it was Om Prakash who had the first tee shot. But let's see.
Yeah, would be the case because Sukra is just about gearing up for his tee shot, trying to gauge the wind. See, the trees have started to flutter, so that's another thing to contend with in terms of gauging how much you want to compress that ball to the desired target.
Supra's trousers, in bright red with the entire frame all verdant green. He stands out.
Sukra barely making it onto the front edge of the green. Nonetheless, it's very crucial to find the putting surface on this green, as there's enough trouble front and back in terms of sand and out of bounds lurking. As we can see, Azhar in a spot of bother on the hole number 5. He seems to have flared his tee shot onto the right. Should be a very severe hack out, and rightly so, because he's missed it on a very tricky place where he'll have a very sharp angle to come into, as there's the bunker which is guarding him between the flagstick. So not an easy chip coming up for him. Whereas Kapil, his playing partner, seems to be coming in from pole position, middle of the fairway, a very good look at the hole. Won't be surprised if he knocks it really close. And he has done a spectacular job with that shot. I don't see him missing that, but that's taking good advantage and use of when your tee shot has found the correct angle and is in the middle of the fairway. Now this should
Yeah.
be very interesting, as Sachin will be observing the line like with a hawk's view, as Om Prakash is going to come pretty much on the similar lines, but a little bit further away from where Sachin is. unless OP decides to sink another one and put some more pressure on his playing partner.
You never know. I mean, he's a guy who's actually so very high on confidence that actually, I mean, he seems to be able to pull off everything that he can. I think the first to go will be Sukra. There's the leaderboard we have. Om Prakash Chauhan, 11 under after 3 holes. I mean, 2 under for the day. Sachin Basoya yet to see a birdie this morning. He's at 9 under. Mohammad Azhar at 8 under. Now all alone by himself in the third place, as Akshay is still, there is Akshay at 7 under along with Sarthak Chimber. Akshay has made some, way up there with birdies on the fifth and sixth. So Chimber also had birdies on the third and the sixth. So they are both 2 under for the day and will move into the fourth tight spot. So I have a feeling that this week is going to be another tight one, just like we saw the G. Wilkasing Invitational in Chandigarh, where Sachin Basoya just kind of held on. He was lurking all the time right behind Jamal, and then finally, when it counted most, he just kind of surged ahead.
Yes, absolutely. If we look what some of the pattern which has emerged through the season, how it's progressed, you have Sachin who's had his breakthrough win, which he also topped up with another title, which was at the G Milka Singh. So he's got two in his bag. On similar ways, the trend was set in by Aman Raj, who won in Kalhar and then at Hyderabad. So I wouldn't be surprised if similar feat is achieved by one of these top professionals who try and gear up for a multiple tournament winning streak in this season. But the ever so dangerous man sitting at the top of the helm, Om Prakash, will have a thing or a few things to say about it for anybody trying to charge up to the pedestal and picking up the trophy.
And also the nice thing that this season has been the emergence of some young stars like Sundit Bishnoi, Harshjeet Sethi. They've all kind of picked wins and shown that they are actually growing into the game and have all that they can show. Then there was Jairaj Sandhu who won in Haryana. So I think a lot of new names, kind of young, fresh faces emerging, and they are ready to give the more established players like Om Prakash Chauhan a run for their money, and of course Aman Raj. Sachin Basoya, of course, has begun to establish himself as really one of the strongest players on the Indian tour.
Yes, absolutely. This is a season where we had some breakthrough wins in terms of Jairaj, Sunit, Harshjeet, and Sachin himself, where they've had broken into the winner circles and given the old stalwarts a run for their money and showcasing their talents that they are not second to anybody.
You said that a little while ago. I mean, there's no putt which is easy or a given. I mean, so they, but kind of, I mean, I have a feeling, I mean, the greens are not actually breaking as much as the players expect them to, and also they're rolling a bit slow. So if you don't get the pace right, you might actually leave yourself a bit of a putt there. While talking to that, Shukra rolled it in neatly and nicely for his par putt, and he should be happy with that. And here we are, Kapil marking his ball, getting set now.
Yes, couple after that brilliant approach shot, he's got the shortest look at birdie what we have seen throughout the day. So I won't be surprised if this finds the bottom of the hole and breaks the jinx of the repellent magnet on this hole.
Yes, it disappears into the car. Good sigh of relief from him. Clean that up too. Job done, and on to the sixth. There's Pukhraj. From the edge, I mean, he's got to give it a good whack, otherwise it's going to stop short. There's going to be a lot of conversation about the greens this afternoon, Aditya, because they haven't been so easy. They've actually been pretty challenging.
Yes, absolutely. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get to see a bit of birdies on hole number 6, which currently Aman Raj finds himself, because this green also works as the practice putting greens post the round is over. So players have a very, very good idea of how the ball breaks on this one particular green. So I won't be surprised if Aman sends this ball where it needs to be.
That's a nice insight, Aditya. Yes, he got it there. He must have practiced on it so many times that when it came to match time, he got it again. That's a huge advantage of having someone like Aditya, a professional, who wants to win the big one in Calcutta at the SSP Invitational. So, I mean, he has that right, insight into what's going on in the minds and what happens on the various greens and fairways, etc., around the tour and the golf course.
Yes, I definitely need to peekaboo in what's going on between Om Prakash's brain, because he's playing something else entirely. The way he's gone about his business, not in this tournament, but in general for the season of 2023 of the Tata Steel PGTI Tour. Can't talk enough, can't appreciate enough of what he's already done. And from the looks of it,
He's so upset with the ball.
yeah, he Akbar's having not a very delightful day on the putting greens, and he seems to be a little bit shocked that how the hell did that ball not move the way he intended it to. So we are coming your way live coverage for the 2023, which is the 16th event on the Professional Golf Tour of India, the IndianOil Servo Masters. The prize purse hails to be 80 lakhs, which has been upped by 5 lakhs from previous time, which was 75 lakhs. So we are playing for a prize purse of 80 lakhs this week in terms of prize money. And the Indian Oil Servo Masters has a special place in history of Indian professional golf tour, as it is the longest running tournament on the Indian domestic circuit and on PGTI. The tournament is well established as North India's premier professional golf event. The course record over here is 12 under par, something unheard of, only things of mere dreams, but was achieved by a gentleman called Rahul Ganpati in the year 2002, which was at this venue where he broke in to double figure under pars, which is 12 under par. This week we have 122 players competing for the numero uno prize, in which we have 119 professionals and 3 amateurs. Some of the leading professionals who took part in this tournament are Om Prakash Chauhan, Olympian Udyan Mane, Rahil Ganji, playing in Digboi after 20 years. That's something about a bit of a fact which we didn't know about Rahil, and Sachin Aman Raj and Sri Lankan Thanga Raja, Bangladesh's Zamal Hussain, Harshjeet Sethi from Chandigarh, Gaurav Pratap Singh from Noida, Akshay again from Chandigarh are some of the players who are here teeing it up, and some former champions in terms of Shamim, Shankar, Harinder are also here this week. The big man who pretty much owns this venue is Mr. Mukesh Kumar. Unfortunately, could not make it this week over here. I think he's missing it for the very first time.
but I believe he is going to be there next week to receive you at the SSP invitation.
Yeah. Mukesh is somebody who's got so much fire under his belly, and if there was an award to be awarded to taking Indian golf to another heights domestically, there is no other name which comes into reckoning in terms of the number of wins which or the number of wins Mukesh has mounted on different venues throughout different decades now. He's been there for so many times that we can't even put a number to amount of how many tournaments he would have played. I
Well,
think
I believe he's, I mean, even though there are no, kind of exact records available, but he's won more than 100, 120 events. And I think the only man who would be close or around him would be the man who won the first Servo Masters, Rohtas Singh. Again, another legend, who won the tournament when it was first held in the 1990s. So, I mean, it's a huge, huge thing, yeah. So a look at what is now still left on the Tata Steel PGTI Indian Tour. After the Indian Oil Servo Masters, we have the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton with a prize of 2 crores in Gurugram SSP Invitational, SSP Chaurasia Invitational presented by Take Sports in Kolkata with a purse of 1 crore, Jaipur Open with a purse of 1 crore, and finally the big one, the Tata Steel Tour Championships in Jamshedpur with a whopping prize of rupees 3 crores. That's a huge, huge purse, and winning that could actually make a lot of difference on the order of merit.
yes, that ball seems to be in a bit of a hurry of getting off the green. I guess that's an approach shot coming in not from the fairway because that ball bounced like a ping pong ball in a hard pan.
कभी कभी जिद का होना जरूरी होता है। जिद बाधाओं से आगे बढ़ने की, और वक्त आए तो अपनी ही सीमाओं को पार करने की। रास्ते की हर चुनौती होगी ओवरटेक जब इंजन में होगा सर्वो 40 with 3P टेक, पावर, पिकअप, परफॉर्मेंस। Servo 40, the science of
A quick look at the scores the way we have been. I mean, while everyone is trying to make a move upward, there's a young man, Vishwa Pratap Singh Gill, starting off from the back line. He is 5 under for the 9 holes after he started. So he's gone through with the back nine, which is his first nine of the day. In 5 under, he had a run of 3 birdies in a row on the 7th, 8th, and 9th. And after rounds of 72 and 71 on the first 2 days, he is now 5 under for the third day already, halfway through the round, and has moved into the top 10. So he's a young man, been a professional only barely for 2 years, hasn't played much. I wonder why. Probably because of an injury or something. But he's showing some great signs here. Could actually register his first top 10 on the tour. So that's another name, kind of a lot of fresh faces. I mean, some of them have already begun doing well, and some still are trying to find a place for themselves in the sun.
Yes, Vishab last year I was leading the tournament in Glade One tournament. I remember he shot a 4 under par, and he was leading the tournament by one shot from yours truly itself. That's why I remember the story. Otherwise, won't be a fact which would be very easy to remember. But had a bit of a stutter over there after that. But great to see him post 5 under par in a mere stretch of 9 holes and trending towards the right direction, as just explained. Yes, these youngsters are coming out all guns blazing. It's a matter of time who pips out whom. and when, because there are ample opportunities still left, as the tour has to travel on a few other destinations as well. And Sukra would be looking to make amends of that poor start which he's had on first and second, as he had a reasonably good chip, roughly about 4 feet left to clean up for his par. And here's a look at Azhar trying to pace up his chip shot on hole number 6. So these are crucial times for the people who are trying to chase the man on your screens, which is live feed 1 in bright in yellow, Om Prakash Chauhan.
Om Prakash is making sure that even if he's not on the green, to putt from there to make sure that he's not dropping any shots. So there you are. I mean, look, he should clean it up for his par, and he would stay at 2 under for the day and 2 shots clear of Sachin Basoya, who's begun the day with 4 straight pars.
Yes, and Rohana on your screen, which is live feed 2, has also hit a very good chip and is just about to clean up for his par attempt. So with 6 holes done, bit of a unfortunate start for Rohana. He would be looking to make amends and trend in the correct way, as would Sachin, as he's got a very crucial part up for himself. This is his par attempt, and he will not want to drop a shot this early in a round where the leader is already trying to break, has not only trying, has already broken loose and entered double figures of under par. A little unfortunate expression, as that ball evades the hole.
He knows that. He knows that Om Prakash Chauhan is running away now.
Yes, after that dropped shot from Sachin, OP's lead will open up to 3 shots. And that is not the kind of comfort zone you provide the leading horse in the Derby.
And especially when the horse is called Om Prakash Chauhan, the man who's in red hot form. And from what I hear, he's already thinking in terms of which other tournaments that he is going to play on the DP World Tour next year. And I think he has a lot to look forward to. So there is a lot of money to be picked up in the remaining 4 tournaments, including that bumper prize of 3 crores at the Tata Steel Tour Championships in Jamshedpur. So I'm sure he is going to arm himself with a lot of money and some great form as he heads to the next level of World Cup.
Yes, absolutely exciting times around for any professional golfer who's already in the ferry and in the thick of things, and for the youngsters who trying to emulate the local stars and try and think of this as a serious profession.
Aditya, how well do you know Om Prakash?
A bit too well.
A bit too well. Okay, so is he picking some tips from say people like players who've already been on the DP World Tour, like say someone like SSP, who's spent a lot of time on in Europe playing all over the place, and he has a few things I'm sure to teach. I mean, after all, 6 wins, 4 of them on the DP World Tour, he would have a lot of tips to give to say someone like Om Prakash, or for that matter, to anyone.
Absolutely, it's great to be in and around as a professional golfer right now, because not only professional golfers are making headway on different tours, but we already have our senior players sitting and have gone through the grind of understanding what bigger and different adverse tours project. So yeah, sure, Om Prakash would want to have a few conversations with SSP to understand, but I think Om Prakash has throughout his life been a trendsetter just for himself, the way he goes about his business, the way he practices. Because some of the people who do not know Om Prakash's practice routine is for the longest time, he did not have the privilege of being a part of a golf course in his hometown. So he used to, he bought some land and used to.
Hi, I'm Rahil Gangji, And this is Ruhi Akram.
Hi.
And we're going to play a small game together. Let's see who wins.
Good luck. Good luck.
One best thing about Rohit, just one. There's so many. I think her understanding of me is the best thing that I've come across.
I know it's going to sound cliche, but there are a lot. One of them is his perseverance and how, I admire how confident he is, as well as how much he goes at what he wants. Like, there has not been a day where I haven't seen him practice. His dedication towards the sport and what he does is so immense. It's absolutely admirable. Initially, I used to say, listen, Ra will manage. Stuff like, did you know this planet is this? And stuff like that. He loves like these small little did you know anecdotes, some history or geopolitical thing or some article that I've read and I have to talk to him about it. So that's one of the ways that I get his mind off it. Another way is I ask him riddles. So I keep his mind occupied there rather than what happened in the last hole.
White.
That's true. Blue.
Yes. Favorite cuisine? It's got to be South Indian. I mean, yeah.
You're close.
London.
Correct. Not bad. I think he loves to swim.
Correct.
But he's played every sport possible, be it hockey, cricket, tennis, everything. So you give him any sport, he'll love it.
Yeah, but I love still swimming.
Yeah.
Pick one.
I think Northern Lights.
That's for sure. That's for sure.
So nice to see that both of you got all your answers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good job. Well played, buddy.
Thank you.
That was a bit of interesting quiz notes between Rahil and his to-be wife.
Rahil is an extremely interesting golfer. I mean, he's a lot of fun to be with. I first met Rahil in the late 90s, and I think around 98, 99 or something, when he was still an amateur. And we went together for amateur event, the SAF golf tournament. It used to be in Dhaka. His teammates then were Ashok Kumar and Simarjeet Singh, who preferred to stay on amateur. Ashok went on to win multiple times on the domestic tour. But Rahil went on to win on the Asian Tour a couple of times. He played the second rung of the US Tour, what was now called the Conferry. At that time, I think it was nationwide or buy.com. After spending a few years there, he came back to Asia. So he's been through a lot, the ups and downs, but still a jovial person, and he tries to make the best of what he can. And he has links from his mother's side in Mauritius. So he used to turn up in Mauritius a couple of times. So I would say he's a guy who's played golf all over the world. Very interesting person, and always has a joke or two or an anecdote to narrate or share whenever you meet him. He's a wonderful character, and I really wish he finds his form back and gets to where he belongs.
Yes, absolutely. No doubt in Rahil finding his form. It was just a matter of an unfortunate, ill-timed injury which halted his charges towards greater goods. But good to see him up and running and back to the spot. What he does best is play professional golf. Rahil is with us this week, and he is sitting pretty at 2 under for the day and 4 under par for the event. Those are the trenches what I was trying to explain about the Stampede Heed. And here's a look at Akshay. Akshay has been trending in the correct direction today. He's already birdied 2 holes, which is hole number 5 and 6, to make his way towards tied 4th at 7 under par. And 9th hole gives you a very realistic eagle oblique birdie possibility, as it's a relatively short par 5, but you have to be very, very careful with your tee shot. But if your tee shot finds the fairway or even the first cut, then you're relatively left with a mid to a long iron coming into this very unguarded green from the front at least. It's got bunkers on left and right, but front on it's very simple. And
There you are. Ball actually came dead stop. It seemed to be going at a decent pace, and suddenly stopped dead.
this is an uphill putt from the direction where Akshay was coming in, so that's why the sudden handbrakes on the golf ball to a dead stop. And Sarthak on the other side will have a bit of a right to left break on this putt. If I remember correctly, not a bit, a decent amount of break on this putt. Let's see what his putter is going to do about this.
Oh, what's in?
Yeah, there was some serious break on that putt, but judged to perfection by Sarthak. Well, on the other side of spectrums, some of the people who had just made cut in terms of the halfway mark, which was accomplished today because of the fog delay, we have a bit of an unfortunate round coming up for Mr. Bhanu Pratap Singh, as he has started off with a double bogey, birdie par, double bogey par, double bogey. So he's dropping shots before he can settle in, and here's to hoping that he recovers very soon and tries to find the mojo of what he did to make cut.
I've noticed an interesting thing. There's quite a few Prataps there. There's Bhanu Pratap, there is Vishal Pratap, there is Gaurav Pratap, there is Karan Pratap. That seems to be the favorite name on the tour right now.
Yes, Prataps are trying to over dominate the Kumars and the Sharmas, which is a welcome change. But a lot of these Prataps have something or the other. Like Bhanu Pratap Singh is Chauhan. Gaurav Pratap Singh, I'm forgetting what he has, and I'm very disturbed to say that I've forgotten what his surname is, because he's not only my roommate but one of my best friends around.
That doesn't matter as long as you know him, as long as you like him. That's it.
I don't think he knows himself also. Over the years, the way he behaves, I don't think nobody knows him. He himself, every day when he wakes up and watches himself in the mirror, would be answering to different questions.
That's an interesting man.
Yeah, a little bit too interesting for his own likings. But after the breakthrough second win, which he's had after 14 years, we had a long conversation, and the only expressions which he had to express was a sign of relief. So that tells you how difficult a career can be in professional golf tour of India, and how rewarding it could be even if you stay the course and steer off the strong winds and high tides, which he's done brilliantly. And that's a good chip from Supra, from a very tight location.
We just saw Sachin actually drop a shot, and he's really right now kind of slipped down. That bogey on the fifth was not the best he could have done. Akshay has made a very, very smart move up. Followed up his birdies on fifth and sixth with an eagle on the seventh, and he's moved into the tied second spot with Kapil.
Yes, Akshay is all fired up. As we've been seeing Akshay trending in very good form and narrowly evading, somehow not winning, as from the back half of the season, how it started, be it from Vizag to Hyderabad. He's been there in the thick of things throughout the back half. So this is just showcasing how well he's harnessed his skills. He already has 2 wins under his belt, where he'd won back-to-back tournaments, if I'm not wrong, in Panchkula and Chandigarh. So he knows a thing or two about winning. It's just a matter of cementing himself once again in that spot.
As to say, once you won it, that memory never goes. You've done it once, and you can do it again. So you have to feed off that memory. So, and I think Akshay knows what it takes to win. I mean, he's been there, as you rightly said. He was second in Vizag, third in Andhra at the Golconda Masters, second at the JK Open, third at Haryana Open. So he's been up there, kind of knocking on the door to pick up his first win of the season. And I think it should. I mean, it wouldn't be surprising if he did one very soon. Bahadur had a bit of a rocky start with a bogeys on the first and second, steadied himself with three straight bars, and here looking to clean it up again. All right. It's again great, kind of, respect to the golf course. You make sure that you don't leave any divots and, kind of pitch marks and all those. So I think that was pretty nice.
Yes, absolutely. Taking care of your not only playing conditions but also your surroundings. It's a good demeanor and a good way to go about, as a very treacherous 10th hole awaits Akshay and his playing partners, who are teeing it up on hole number 10th. 10th is a very, very tricky, lengthy par 3. It's Sarthak and Prabhakaran from Sri Lanka. As you see, this is a very, very lengthy par 3. In terms of length wise, it's roughly about 215 to about 230 yards, depending on which tee is being used up. But the target is very, very narrow and has got a severe slope to it. So this is one of those make or break kind of holes which needs all the attention and the respect it deserves. And Akshay has done a tremendous job on keeping it on the green. He's hit it to a slightly higher surface on the green, as this is a front to back sloping green where the back is way higher. So he should have a little bit of a fast curler on from his right to left for this part, but very, very important to find the dance floor on this one.
We're now approaching the finish of the front line for the second last stroke.
For those of you who are joining us, this is the live coverage of round 3 for the IndianOil Servo Masters 2023. We would like to take a minute or two to thank the sponsors who come along in big ways to make sure that not only players can take this as a career opportunity, but the viewers can sit back at their homes or respective venues and enjoy beautiful golf and immaculate playing conditions. So Tata Steel, Vedika, Himalayan Spring Water, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik Electro Plus, Rolex, Golf Plus, Athletic Drive, and Golf Design India are the big names who are tour partners for the Professional Golf Tour of India, courtesy whom we are giving you this live coverage. And with the recent recent shake of hands between Professional Golf Tour of India and ABP Live, this is the live coverage for round 3 of Indian Oil Servo Masters 2023.
There was a time when, in the late 90s, etc., Digboi used to be a big, huge, journey for all of us to go there for the tournament. And this is a course which has been there since 1930, one of the oldest courses. It actually came to this venue in 1943. So that means it's approximately what, 80 years now.
Yeah,
And
roughly.
it's the oldest in the region. It's like, kind of right next to forests and the what do you call, the old Digboi oil fields, wild animals like elephants, and I believe there are a lot of leopards too, deer, etc. A lot of flora and fauna. The hornbill is often spotted here. The Daring Forest Reserve is right along the northern side of the coast, and there's a National Highway 38 on the southern side. So I mean, it's a very interesting course. Is that it's an airstrip that was built during the Second World War, which is now actually the fifth fairway. So the original features have all been retained, and the anti-aircraft pillboxes still exist there. Hole number 3 is named as the firing line pillbox. So, and hole 11, where the remains of an oil well is located, is appropriately named as the Captain's Well 992. The 17th is called as the Hornbill's Horn. So a very interesting course, a very, very interesting venue. And I'm so happy, and it really is a matter of great prestige that Servo Masters, Indian Oil Servo Masters tournament is approaching a quarter of a century now. And it has done some fantastic service for Indian golf.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of flora and fauna around. I remember I was out for a jog in the on the tracks which are next to the golf club. Very next to the IOC's guest house, we saw flying foxes also here. So a bit of wildlife to see and enjoy around. Just be a little careful, not too much wildlife, because some of them can be as threatening as Aman Raj's birdie putt and the acknowledgement towards it.
There's that bird's eye view
Of the clubhouse. The clubhouse sits very, very pretty on a somewhat of a hilltop, as the rest of the golf course. It overlooks the golf course and gives you a bird's eye view.
The thing about golf courses in the tea estates is that it is so lush and so beautiful. Life is idyllic and, kind of quiet, has its own pace. You can really relax, and which is not the case in, say, the hustle and bustle of big cities. Well, as you rightly mentioned right at the start of our telecast, that the AQI is also so favorable, whereas elsewhere in the country, in many other parts, we are actually, in a not so good state.
Yes, absolutely. The AQI was 14, if I'm not wrong, yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah, that's unheard of in these times, at least from the big cities. It's really unheard of. But the entire venue, when you get into Digboi, you start feeling like, the life is calm, quiet, and you find that extra few moments where you can enjoy and sit back and relish what's happening around you. There's no hustle bustle there. You don't see cars gushing over. There are no red lights. There is nobody in a run to reach from point A to point B. People are enjoying the life as those massive bungalows around here, which IOC very graciously provides in terms of accommodation for the players, give you that kind of a vibe. And here's a look at Dhruv Sharon on hole number 9. A bit of a tricky putt, seems to have underhit it a little bit. So having a bit of a rough season. I was playing with him the other day back home, and he seems to be in a spot of bother with his putter. He's been putting endless time to understand and engage it with his coach, and I'm sure with the round 2 which he had provided, he's got a thing or two understood about it.
He had a 69 yesterday, so that's 3 under, which is, considering his troubles with the putter, I think, which is at least shows that he's trending right.
Yeah, he's a very hardworking kid, and hits the ball like there is no end towards tomorrow. It's just a matter of time when his putter gets hot. He's had some good finishes in GU Milka and all tournaments, so a matter of time for him to also moving up as the season is coming drawing closer towards the end. A lot of players would be looking to move up on the order of merit to secure their playing privileges for 2024. Very important milestone which people who have not secured their card for them, these are make or break events heading in towards the end half of the season.
It's a cruel sport, Aditya. At the end of the year, you still don't know till the last few tournaments whether you have a job for the next year or not. And I mean a secure job, whether you get, kind of spots into all the big tournaments with a lot of big prize money, etc. So I think it's always a pretty sure. It looks very nice to go and be able to play golf every day. But it's all when it's your job, you know that the kind of stress you're under. I mean, there's bills to be paid, there are coaches to be paid, there is equipment, there's practice, there's travel, food, the right kind of thing. It's a tough sport. It's something that you do only when you love it, and if you do well, that's the bonus. And talking of someone doing well, we've had Aman Raj picking up birdies on 6, 7, and 8. After that, hiccup on the third when he dropped a double bogey. So Aman Raj coming right back, kind of hitting back and recovering pretty well. And at the top, Prakash Chauhan continues to be at 11 under. Akshay Sharma is the one who's made the big move, a 4 under through the front 9 and has moved into solo second spot.
Yes, absolutely. And here's another look at Dhruv trying to send the ball packing on to the green on the difficult 10th hole. Don't think that ball's found the dance floor, but here's to hoping that it's just missed the green somewhere close by. Well, not enough can be said about Indian Oil, not only in terms of how they host the players or the money which they've been providing and pricing up the price purse by at least 5-10 lakhs every year, and now taking it up to 80 lakhs. Not only is it the longest standing event for the season for the tour, but a price purse of 80 lakhs means there is serious money to exchange hands at the top of the order of merit also, which Sachin would be trying to mount towards it. I remember playing the Indian Oil Servo Masters a few years back, and we had the currency denomination change happening.
Oh,
Yeah, so we were hellbound struck because we were coming from Shillong, where mostly none of the players could manage to find ATMs, but Indian Oil Servo Masters so graciously set up a ATM machine inside their offices, which were and let the players use it, which was very gracious of them. So goes to say about how kind and how focused they are in providing a good livelihood to not only their employees but also to the visitors in terms of the players who were there.
Aditya, that's one of the nicest thing about many of our sponsors on the PGTI. For example, you just said how good Indian Oil is, and we've got Tata Steel. So, these are, kind of known and well established, very benevolent sponsors and companies. And it is the good fortune of golf that we've got supporters like them. So, a big shout for them. Thank you so much for keeping the players going all the time. So I think that's very, very important, and it's something that the players need to be told time and again. We are right with you.
Yes, absolutely. I remember that's the first time I ever saw that pink 2000 rupee note. It was quite amazing. It looked like monopoly money, but it has now become a part and parcel of our lives.
But now we've got the digital money. We use our mobile phones and ATM cards. So cash transactions have actually come down dramatically, Aditya.
Yes, absolutely. The world ever so changing is transforming into things where we are still trying to apprehend, learn, and understand to their severities.
You're a young man. The world is changing. You still have a lot of time to adjust. I'm trying to grapple with that myself.
Yeah, I remember when telephone lines were actual landlines, and now you have small pens which fit into your upper left pocket and do the job for you. So
True.
things have evolved in very fast pace.
So I've got a laptop here, and you've got an iPad, for in front of you. But that's the generation this is going. And here now, just inside, how did it stay out? He seems to be looking around and asking everyone, "Did you see that? How unfair life can be."
Absolutely. These are those kind of moments where you are so close and so upfront with life that the expressions which light up on your face are so real. So I would really like to see one of the players' expressions the second they realize that the ball is not going to find the bottom of the hole.
All right, Anurag Rohana here, who's had a few of those looks today, and he's got again that look. This is idiocy. Now he knows he's seen 50 years, 50 summers, and he says, God, I still can't get it. Yes, that's golf. You can play it for 50 years and still it can frustrate you, but also give you those few moments of joy when everything seems hunky dory. And the man who thinks that there can be nothing better than golf right now is Om Prakash Chauhan at the top of the leaderboard. And we have this young man, Pukras Gill.
Yeah, Pokrash from a long way out has missed the green. And for the spot of bother is our Olympian Udyan Mane, as 10th hole is pretty much a very, very narrow target from that far out. And he'll do extremely well to save his par from this tricky spot. He's left himself a sizable par attempt on hole number 10th, but as you can see, not only him, Dhruv is also in a spot of bother. I guess he's waiting for the referee for some kind of a ruling or something.
Yeah, it looks like he's kind of looking far, so which means he needs some advice. He's calling there. Yeah, please come help me out.
Yeah, could be an issue of preferred lie, I
No, I think
guess.
he was asking Dhruv to take his shot, so he's given Dhruv to go ahead, maybe while he's waiting.
Yeah, Rohan has
Sorry,
that's
he's waiting for Rohan.
Rohan has a relatively simpler up and down coming up, but nothing so simple in this ever confusing game of golf. But amongst the three of them, this is relatively easier.
He had very little green to play with, but he did a great job of that.
Yeah, that he took the more old school where bump and run is those old school ways where people don't fancy a lot of airtime but make sure that the ball is grounded and is running rather than flying towards the hole.
There it is. I mean, actually, so Dhruv was actually waiting for Rohan to take the shot.
Yeah,
So there he is now.
Dhruv also coming from a very tricky spot. I think
He's got a lot of work to do.
miscued that impact a little bit. Yeah, he's got some serious length and severity of slope left for his par attempt.
I mean, he was trying to run the ball all along the slope, but that was always going to be a very, very difficult one.
Yeah, sometimes you don't get those favorable bounces which you're looking for, such as was the case with Grove. And here comes the buggy man. Looks like Aman Raj. It doesn't seem like it's a ruling issue because he appears to be on the back half of the ninth green, if I'm not wrong.
Meanwhile, we have news of Om Prakash Chauhan continuing to run away, a birdie on that par 5 seventh and puts him at 12 under and 3 clear of Akshay and Sachin Basoria, who finally picked a birdie on the par 5 7.
As you see on your live feed, one Dhruv still has a serious bit of work left to save his bogey now. So 10th playing as for the numbers way above over par its given score. As we can see some really big numbers being projected, being posted on the hole number 10th. Showcases the severity of that hole. You already have a pair of double bogeys, and one solitary birdie by the veteran Rahul Ganji on 10th hole. So 10th definitely playing way above its scoring average. I remember when we used to play this tournament, the only thought was if you can walk away with par all 4 days on this hole, you've done a brilliant job. You would have ended up at least saving 2 shots over the field during the course of play. As Udyan himself also has missed his par on 10th. As we were discussing before that, for the first time winners on tour, we've had 7 new winners on tour in terms of players who have had their first victory on the Professional Golf Tour of India, such as Sachin, Marcel Siem. Marcel Siem is a European Tour player who won the Indian Open. So he's won a few times. He's not winning in for the very first time, but yes, on the Professional Golf Tour of India, as it was a co-sanctioned event, you can call it his first win. And so is the case with Hugo Basunda. He won the challenge, which was 2023, presented by KGA, a joint sanctioned event between Professional Golf Tour of India and Challenge Tour. Had a sizable prize purse also to that. And the rest of the first time winners are Karn Pratap Singh, who won in Chandigarh for his breakthrough win, Sanit, who outplayed everybody in Chennai and took that tournament by storm, and Harshjeet Sethi, who is the only man who's defeated Om Prakash Chauhan in playoff, which was at Coimbatore. So quite a surprise for somebody taking down the biggest man in Professional Golf Tour of India for this current season. And the first time winner on our tour is a left-handed player in terms of the southpaw Jairaj Singh Sandhu. Jairaj won in Haryana, also took down a very big name in a playoff in terms of Hani Basoya. I think, if I'm not wrong, he is the first left-handed player to win on the professional circuit. There's a shake of rather disbelief, but little bit of contentment from Pukhraj, as in, why am I leaving myself such lengthy putts for power? Well, a bit of a fun information for the people who haven't visited this particular beautiful venue, Digboi. Back in the day when India was under the British rules and they struck oil over here, it used to the Britishers used to call upon the workers to do their job and tell them, dig boy, dig, as in keep digging the surface. And so impromptly came out the name of this place and it became Digboi. So I was also pretty amazed the first time I heard this story.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, they used to sit back on their launchers and keep yelling at the people to dig, boy, dig. And just so happened that this place got its name in terms of now being recognized as Dig Boy. That ball seems to be rushing in the wrong direction in a very fast pace.
It's just got it right very close to the hoarding.
Yeah, I think this is the ninth hole, and he's pulled his shot way off target. Yeah, it is the ninth hole. As you can see on your live feeds, one he's pulled his top ball way off target. Will have a very, very tricky shot coming up in case to try and save it to get manage a birdie. And here's a look at Couple from the middle of the fairway. That's what I was talking about. Couple seems to be having an iron in his hand, and it's one of those soothing path fives which give you an opportunity to run up the ball as there's nothing guarding the front half of the green.
On live feed 2, Sachin gets ready.
Sachin's going the other way around. He's trying to place his ball with a 3-wood. Interesting approach.
That's the ninth, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the ninth tee. And you can actually get onto the ninth tee with Sachin's length with the 3-wood. But I guess he's primarily trying to place it into the fairway. Interesting choice of play.
So Kapil and Anura. Azhar and Kapil playing par for the day, and Anura actually having a lot of trouble, though that eagle on the 7th must have compensated a little bit, reduced the pain of that triple bogey right at the start of the day. So he is a 2 over for the day after having been 4 over after the first 2 holes.
Yeah, that's more like Aruna Rohana we know of. And here's Om Prakash going through his bashful way of taking on the par 5 with an aggressive play of driver. Seems to be in a reasonable spot. A little bit of a stare on towards the left half of the fairway where I think his ball has ended up. And so is Sukra going the driver route.
Well, I think Om Prakash, after seeing Sachin get a birdie on the 8th, which saw his lead come from 3 to 2, Om Prakash himself didn't get a birdie there. So it's 10 under and 12 under for Om Prakash. Whereas Sukra has not had a great front line so far with 3 drop shots. And he's gone down a bit now. He's tied for the 10th after being tied for the lead after 36 holes. He spoke about Aman Raj a little while ago. He had a crippling double bogey on the 3rd, but since then, from the 6th to the 9th, he's had 4 in a row birdies, and he's 2 under for the day, and he's creeping ever so silently.
Yes, absolutely. He has made his way back into red numbers and in a very fast manner, I must say to that. And here is Azhar trying to launch this ball way up into the air, give it some serious hang time as that tree guards the green, and he's done a reasonable job.
Yeah.
He's done a reasonable job. He's given himself an outside chance for birdie, and here is the Sri Lankan torchbearer, Mr. Rohana. Let's see how he goes about with his chip shot towards the ninth.
That's when you want the ball to drop, it does.
Yeah, that just ran past a little bit more than he would have liked. Yeah, circling back to the conversation which we were very rudely interrupted by Rahul Ganji, is about Om Prakash Chauhan. Om Prakash Chauhan would definitely would be licking his chops and trying to figure out which tournaments to play on the DP World Tour. So, as I was mentioning, OP used to practice in a field where he used to hit his own golf balls, go back, collect them, and start hitting them back again. For the longest duration, he didn't have playing privileges in his hometown, but things have changed, and now he has Kalhar and Glade One, if I'm not
I
wrong.
believe he spent a lot of time in Kalhar and
Yes.
he practiced a lot. He was saying a lot of nice things about Devansha also. I mean, how he's been.
Yes, Gujarat has been his second home for the recent times. He travels quite a bit accompanied with his brother. So whenever you see Om Prakash, he's only in and around on the putting green practicing. I guess that's the lack of accessibility, but you still cannot talk enough about what he's achieved with all those adversities in his way.
Remember that more than 50% of your scoring comes from within 100 yards. So if he's practicing all the time in and around the greens and on the greens, actually, that's what gets his scores down to where he is. I mean, you can drive the ball a mile, but if you can't putt to save your life, then I think you've got a problem on your hand.
Yeah, that's last line is which I can stample upon my back and keep walking towards it. The story of my life. But yes, Om Prakash, we cannot talk about enough about that man who's achieved so much with so little.
So these are the great stories of Indian golf, people like Om Prakash Chauhan. And I think hats off to the PGTI for having created a platform which has given these golfers, kind of a place to not only just learn and play, but also flourish. And from here on, the world is his. Okay, he gets onto the DP World Tour, and one good week like he had at the Challenge Tour, it can actually change his life.
Yes, absolutely.
It's already changed.
His life is definitely changed after the minute somebody introduced him to golf. That was the changing moment. These are just feathers in his crown. These are small feathers in his crown, but his life changed that very day. And you can't credit him enough for what he's achieved. Yes, there are some really great stories about how people go about and from very, very different variants of life have come into professional golf and made this into a career. Well, on our live feed one today, one of these golf balls are going to disappear into thin air in Aruna Rohana's palms. Or he's just going to crush them and make them vanish. Because these golf balls are definitely not listening to him.
And the ninth has given a lot of birdies, and I'm sure the lead group with Om Prakash, Sachin, and Sukra, all three of them would be fancying a shot each year because it's given up. I mean, it's one of the most birdieable holes on this golf course, and I think. I mean, if you don't get a birdie, you actually feel like you were actually given away a shot.
Yes, Akbar would also be looking to make one of these putts sink and breathe a sign of relief, but not is the case on hole number 10. 10th is taking its toll on pretty much any and everybody. Well, very, very interesting times up ahead because both the guys in the all three of the guys in the leader group have found the center of the fairway, and it would be interesting to see who walks away with a lower number on that hole. Sukra would definitely want at least an eagle to trend towards where he began his round from. He's dropped 3 shots and has not been able to pick up from there. Ninth could be the way to start about it, and good to see small galleries gathering about and seeing and enjoying some brilliant golf being showcased by these young stars and a few old stalwarts. Here's a look at the top 5 for the moment for round 3 of the IndianOil Servo Masters 2023. Om Prakash sits pretty at 12 under par, and Sachin is trying to chase him down as he is also 1 under par for the day by himself at 10 under par. Akshay is making leapfrog jumps as he's 4 under par for his front 9 and is at 9 under par, followed by a tie of 3 players. Aman Raj and Mohammad Azhar alongside Kapil, who are sitting pretty at 8 under par. So, anybody who's joining us, this is the live telecast coverage of round 3 of the IndianOil Servo Masters being aired your way. The leaderboard in the front of you, in front of your screens, is Om Prakash at 12 under par, Sachin Basoya sitting pretty at 10 under par, Akshay at 9 under par, and Aman, Mohammad Azhar, and Kapil, the trio, are sitting at 8 under par. Sarthak, Pukhrat Singhel, and MD Akbar Hussain, also a trio, sitting at 7 under par. And at number 10, we have Zamal Hussain from Bangladesh, who's also having a good round and is now tied at 10 under par. These are the live coverage scenes of round 3 of IndianOil Servo Masters, presented to you by Professional Golf Tour of India alongside the media giant ABP, courtesy whom we have such brilliant telecasted coverage of professional golf being played in the beautiful city of Digboi in Assam. And there you have it, big strides coming up from the leaders. And a small gallery walking along the leaders, Om Prakash, Sachin, and Sukra. Sukra has opened up an umbrella. I'm not really sure for what reasons, but it is very befitting as it just suits the way he's coming up with it.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
At 12 under par, and Om Prakash has managed to put the ball at the fringe of the green after 2 mighty heaves, which would give him a very good look at eagle or birdie, eagle, and maybe definitely birdie by the way he's playing. So this could very much mean that at the turn, Om Prakash could be sitting at a score of 13 under par, and Sachin would definitely want to trend towards the leader and try and catch him. Sachin has a putter in his hand. That means he is also on the dance floor. So just a matter of time to see what happens when we are about to finish off the front 9 for the leaders. Bit of a lengthy bunker shot for Sukra on 9th, but should not be a big issue because this is going to be his 3rd shot, and this is a par 5, and that was not in desired result. I think that What?
Or did he? Was that a practice swing?
No,
I
no.
did see the sand fly.
It wasn't a practice swing for sure, but yeah, the wall on this bunker is a little higher. As you can see, only the top half of Supra. So I guess with his first approach shot, he found the wall and the ball stayed back into the bunker. He's having a bit of a rough day, and it seems to be compounding furthermore.
Nothing like seeing your ball come back into the bunker itself. Prakash seems to be here in two. Still a biggish putt left for him.
He came up way shorter than he would have liked on that. The ball came to a very fast stop. Normally, is not the case because the green is facing. It's a tilted green from, and Om Prakash was on a higher side, so he would have definitely expected that ball to roll up more and come closer to the hole. On the other side, Sachin has a putter in his hand, which means he has found the putting surface in two mighty heaves.
That's the kind of a break a player wants, Get an eagle somewhere, get a good birdie somewhere, and, suddenly a one or two shot swing can turn the tables. That's going to be another drop shot for Shukra.
Supra having a very rough front nine. I'm sure he'll try and bounce back on the back nine. But very, very eager, waited set of eyes in terms of what is going to happen with Sachin Basoya's balls. I'm a little surprised to see Om Prakash putt way before Sachin.
Wow, that's a slight fist bump. It's a birdie, all right for Om Prakash again.
Yes, OP, from what it seems to be, is a birdie. Has if that's the case, he's moved up to 13 under par. And what is more interesting is Sachin has still not hit a stroke in a while.
Which means if
This
he is there,
could be his. This could be his
eagle putt.
Yeah, that could be a realistic eagle putt, and that can be the right actual direction where he wants his round to go move towards. He has made that, and there was a bit of a fist pump with eager breaths. Not only the spectators, all we here back in the com studios are also excited to see, was it an eagle or a birdie?
Finally through the front line, a front line that he would like to forget in a hurry.
Yes, too many drop shots for Supra. Really unfortunate to see the leader bleed so bad, especially in the front nine. I guess it's still big steps which he has to move around and understand about Supra. Very, very, very relatively new in his career. So these are formative days where he's trying to understand, learn about what to go about and how to go about it. Interesting and good gestures to see that he's already being able to find himself in at leading tournaments after 2 days. So I guess that's the plus side he can take away from his round as of today.
Those were two small fist bumps for one each for Om Prakash and Sachin. Certainly birdies for each, and that could be better for Sachin.
Yes, if has made a birdie over there, he's made three birdies in a row. Such magnificent views of this beautiful golf course presented courtesy Indian Oil Servo Masters. This venue, I mean, I can't stop talking about this venue just because of the, you know, it has a charm of its own when you drive into this place. The convoy in which you travel just for safety purposes, courtesy again provided by Indian Oil. But I remember one year we were playing here and it rained so heavily, so severely that you couldn't see where your golf ball is flying. But because there was no lightning, our tournament director, Mr. Sampachari, made sure that we played. I remember I was putting on the 10th green, and right adjacent to that is the 15th tee. So I saw a player, he hit a shot where the ball went further. Sorry, the traveled further than the ball because of the rain. The club slipped and the club flew further away than the ball. I remember the very next day, because we couldn't catch a flight as there wasn't any seats available, we were playing cricket at the Hornbill Villa.
Wow.
We were playing cricket over there, and not caring about for my life, I asked the one of the players to give us a shot as he had just secured a century the day before. uh,
Such is life on the tour.
yeah, sometimes it's funny, but the other times it's very, very severe, and you need to keep both your eyes open on and hands on the steering wheel.
Indeed, it was an eagle for Sachin. So Sachin's actually moved to 12, and Om Prakash did get a birdie, but he moved to 13, and Sachin moved one step closer. So that was from now the cap is down to one. So from three shots, Sachin has successfully managed to reduce it to one over the last three holes, while Om Prakash has played his last three holes in 2 under. Sachin has played them 4 under. So that's been a big rally from Sachin. It makes the contest between the two even more mouth-watering, as they seem to be running away from the rest of the field.
Yes, absolutely. And here's a look at Sarthak trying to make his headway and make a birdie on the hole. Very interesting read is that the stretch of 5 holes, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th, the stretch of 5 holes have 3 par 5s in them. So this is a stage where a lot of movement is going to happen, which has been showcased by Sachin and Om Prakash. Sachin is 4 under par for these stretch of 3 holes, whereas Om Prakash is 2 under par. Hence, that deficit of 3 shot is now merely left to a single digit.
So you can't say Om Prakash played pretty decently, but Sachin was out of the world almost.
Absolutely.
So Om Prakash can hear the footsteps right behind him. Sachin making rapid strides. So are the number 1 and 2 of the order of merit going to make it a 2-horse race again?
Yes, from the looks of it, somehow that ball has evaded the hole, and the expression says it all by Akshay, that he did not think that it's going to break the other way. Nonetheless, as the ball eludes the hole, yes, it seems to be that Mr. 1 and 2 on the order of merit are having a big stride to separate themselves from anybody, as these are the only two players who are in double digit under par scores at 12 and 13 respectively. Good friends, both Om Prakash and Sachin. Sometimes they even room together. But I'm sure at this moment it is all hands down to yourself and your business. So it'll be interesting to see how they go about it, as Sukra's chip has stayed on the green, and he came from that pretty much vicinity where Udyan was a very difficult chip. Now what's interesting is the stretch of hole number 10 in 11. I remember back in the day, last year and last to last year, when Yuvraj Sandhu just went berserk on this golf course and scored a total of 23 under par, which is the lowest running total for for the winning number on this track. I remember I was walking with him, and he played some video game kind of golf. I mean, left to right spin, right to left spin, mid air. He played some really aggressive golf, and initially he had to, because Dharma was breathing down his neck. But thereafter, the minute he took lead, he just broke hell loose and ran away with it. I remember I was walking, and Mr. Chari was also not only doing his job but also was appreciating the young man, how he was going about it, because 23 under par as a winning total is a very big number to achieve for anybody, especially on a track which is this difficult. Om Prakash Chauhan's chip comes way short than he would have liked it.
This has been a bit of a, kind of a unpredictable hole. You can actually quite easily drop a shot here.
Yes, 10th hole is
So sandwiched between two par fives, the 9th and the 11th. Am I right?
yes,
And then
absolutely.
is this par 3.
10th hole.
Yeah, you need to get this correct. Oh,
Yes,
the ball
finally.
kept contemplating whether to go ahead or not. Finally, it did. Thankfully, Sukra heaves a big sigh of relief.
Yeah, something going his way. Finally, a good break, I presume. Let's hope that he fires up from here and at least get back to his two-day total, which was 9 under par.
I'm just thinking, Aditya, with some of the big events like the Kapil Dev Thornton Invitational and the Tata Steel Tour Championships, those are 2 crores and 3 crores each. So with, such huge 15% as the winner's check. So there is 30 lakhs from the Kapil Dev Thornton event and 45 from the Tour Championships. That's a lot of money still available. And here is a drop shot. So now, if Sachin gets a spark, Sachin has suddenly, kind of made his way from being 3 behind to level with the leader.
Yes, I won't be surprised if he makes this putt, because he's made some good putts coming in, and you would have definitely made a few lengthy putts to be sitting pretty at 12 under par through a stretch of these holes respectively. So bit of break, and let's see how it goes. Because if this ball finds the bottom of the hole, we have joint leads at 12 under par. He gave it a good rap though.
Wishes for horses, so Sachin says, oh my God, that was close. So a bit of breathing space still there after the front 9. Om Prakash Chauhan, despite a dropped shot on the 9th, is still leading and is what? At 13, 12 under. Sachin drops to 11 under. So still a one-shot lead for Om Prakash. And Sukra Bahadur had a nice long look, and then the ball went around the lip and finally dropped. So what I was trying to say is that with the season kind of still going towards its closing stages and a lot of big money events there, even a lead of 21 lakhs, which Om Prakash holds right now, it's not actually like the story is over, because a couple of one big win for Sachin, and even actually Aman Raj is third, not too far behind Sachin at 5 lakhs. So I think all the three of them are still very much in the race, even though Om Prakash seems to be holding a stronger hand at this time.
Well, the way the price purses are set up with the amount of money that can exchange hands, I would really give it up till all the way up till where Akshay Sharma is sitting at 32 lakhs, because there is sizable amount of money which is going to exchange hands.
You're right. As I said, there is 45 lakhs at least to come from the tour championships, and 30 odd from Kapil Dev Thornton Invitational. So those two tournaments could make a huge difference.
Yes, definitely they could make a huge difference. And you just look at that. There is 75 lakhs to be accumulated by some from the given amount of events which are left. If you look at the totality of it, and 75 lakhs, I'm not saying that one person is going to win it, but there is a serious amount of money which will exchange.
But if you played like Yuvraj Sandhu or Manu Gandas did last year, you can't rule out anything.
I think we should. Yeah.
They won something like 11 tournaments between the two of them. A sensational season for them. So you never know. Om Prakash has been in great form, and so has Sachin. And there you are. You have the order of merit after the G. Milkha Singh Invitational in Chandigarh. So Om Prakash Chauhan, 84 lakhs. That's $100,000 and some change.
Yeah.
Sachin Basoya, 63 lakhs, 46,000 plus. Aman Raj, 58 lakhs, 40,000 plus. Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh, 42 lakhs. Going down right till the 10th place, Hani Basoya, who's not played too many events. He's played just 5, and he's made 26 lakhs. And that's the kind of prize money that is now available. That I think speaks volumes about the growth of where Indian golf has reached. In fact, at 20 lakhs, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu sits 22nd on the order of merit. And I would say that is fantastic. If you look at it, as many as 42 players, 42nd, Rahul Kanji is like 42nd with 3 starts so far, and he's already made 10 lakhs 47,000. So 42 people have made $1 million this year, at least.
Yes, absolutely.
And I still remember way back, when I was young, and you probably weren't born, Aditya, Gaurav Ghai, he made the first time when he became the first Indian player to make $1 million. That was 10 lakhs in a single season. That was a huge landmark, a milestone. And from there, we have come to the 42nd player having 10 lakhs plus and 5 big ticket events still to go.
Yes, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised that the 10 lakh mark would be the 60th guy this year at the end of the season.
That's something to really feel proud of.
Yes, absolutely. A big shout out to the man who's sitting at top, Mr. U.S. Mandi.
He knows what money means. He's been a professional golfer himself, so he knows how important it is. And it's not all money in the bank, because you golfers have to spend a lot of money. Travel, food, coaches, and the works.
Yes,
welcome back to an episode of Golf Gyan, and today we have with us Indian star Rashid Khan. He's won twice at the international stage, and he's won 10 times on the PGTI, and he's a former PGTI number 1. So Rashid, today we would like to ask you, what are the 2 or 3 main things that one should keep in mind while putting, especially for beginners? And if you can also show us after that.
Yeah, sure. Definitely. The putting is very important. It's like 25 to 30% of the game, which, like, according to myself, like people say that's like 50% of the game. Keys to hold parts and maintain your consistency. It's like, first it's come with speed, which I always follow. Then the stroke I do, what stroke I can repeat every time, and then I go for a line and everything. Next thing you have to focus is like the speed what you have to hit.
Okay.
So for me, I always look for that and nothing else.
Okay.
And I'll show you how I do it.
Okay.
That will be better. For me, what I always do is before my tee off, like I hit short putts and the longest putt on the green. So that gives me a momentum and speed control.
Okay.
I know that what I have to do is, like from right now, if I'll hit a putt again from here, I already know what I did. I'll go little right on that and stroke it. So it's simple, but you have to make it simple. Like once you know everything about yourself, it's easier to hit any putt.
Right.
And for me, or like anyone, if I have to suggest like how you have to practice is, there's first go for a speed. That's something really important.
Okay.
So the same thing is with putting. Once you know your speed, everything's sorted out.
Thank you so much, Rashid. So that was Golf Gyan from the best in the business, Rashid Khan. Few things to keep in mind while you're putting. That's it from Golf Gyan.
All right, that was the superstar Rashid Khan, who's been carrying Indian flag all over, and alongside our media head, Mr. Nikhil Kalan. Nikhil is the man behind the scenes getting you these images, these videos, and all the live coverage which is happening. So, big thanks to Mr. Kalan for his work, and appreciate the hard work which goes behind the scenes.
Nikhil's a fine young man who started his career out as a journalist with a television channel, and then moved into professional golf as part of the PGTI, and he's done a great job. And of course, he's picked up pretty decent golf too.
Yes, absolutely. I remember I was seeing him practice, and he is always avid about during whatever little time he gets to practice in between work days or some days when he's taking holiday. He's really keen, and I think he's built up a four ball also for himself where he plays quite avidly in Ladosrai. So that's one way to understand your work better than before. Go about
And if
and
you are in the sport, engaged in any way, there is no way you can be without playing.
yes, that's so true. I mean, we so regularly see Mr. Chari after the day's work, rather than going home, he finds some referee or somebody else or a player who's missed cut who's practicing, catches hold of him, and they go and play 3, 4 holes just to have fun and see the playing conditions.
There was a time when Charlie was so, kind of, hooked onto fitness. Of course, I'm sure he still is. He used to walk, he used to jog, and he lost a lot of weight. And I think that's where he became fit once again.
Yes, absolutely. I still don't understand how he moves about in just that mere t-shirt. Next week, DLF Delhi Winters, we'll still see him moving about in that very one single t-shirt. It's bone-chilling winters
At
over
the
here.
start of every season, he told me once that he reads the entire book of rules absolutely from cover to cover, and he does that every year. He makes the same notes every year. He says that's to make sure that I don't forget. He could possibly know the entire book by heart. I mean, he's that committed to what he does.
Not only is he that committed, he is that good that
Oh
a
yeah.
lot of professional golfers have him on speed dial. Rather than waiting for any referee to come and just ask him on the phone, this is the situation, what am I supposed to do? And they so blindly trust that
Oh yeah.
he understands the pain and heartaches which go behind him, that the actual job of a referee is not to penalize the player, it's to
It's to
try and help him them
correct.
around.
And as after the round about how the round went and what was it that they kind of did there and all that. Can you see the name of the hole there? Something good, the Go Devil.
Yeah,
Wow, that is a great name.
the Go Devil, the 15th hole. I guess that name's there because this is a treacherous par 5 where you have those man made trenches to save yourself from elephants, but it sits at about a yardage of 260 yards. So the Go Devil is for the players who actually take the aggressive route with the driver and try and fly past a trench which is running diagonally in between from that yardage. Because if you do that, then you are left with a 5 iron or a 7 iron
It's
into the
about
green.
480 or 490 yards, am I right?
Yeah, that I think that's a misleading information on that. It's just slightly longer than that, the whole. So a lot of players choose the way to go 4 iron, 5 iron sandwich, but the longer hitters would definitely try and take on this, as after your drive finds the fairway or even the rough, it's just about a 7 iron going into that. So I guess that promotes the name, the Go Devil.
There's always so many interesting things about a golf course and entitlement. I mean, if you look at it, if you look at the tee markers here, they're in the shape of cans which have, see, servo lubricants.
Yeah, these are actual cans of servo
Yes, yeah.
lubricants.
So what they do is, I mean, this is modern marketing,
Yeah.
modern kind of branding. I think that's amazing. If you have an airline company which is sponsoring an event, you have a small aircraft. If you have a motorbike company, there's a small motorbike, and there is, like similarly, they have everything. Hotels or insurance companies, etc. They always have something to show what brand they are or what product they're actually trying to put it out in the market.
Yeah, more set of eyes see your product, more hands are going to lift it up.
Another awesome view of the Digboi golf links. Golf course established in 1930, moved to this current venue in 1943. So it's 80 years. Imagine, for 80 years and more, it's been the best golf course and the standard bearer of the sport in Northeast India, and possibly one of the oldest golf courses in the country, with a rich history of almost a quarter of a century of professional events. And it's seen some of the finest golfers from Northeast, some of whom are playing this week at the Indian Oil Servo Masters Golf with an enhanced purse of rupees 80 lakhs.
Yeah, these drone shots give you a view of the beautiful track and the surroundings of it. I mean, just looking at this view, you just want to feel, sit back, relax, put on a recliner, and enjoy others. I mean, that's what I would want to do, enjoy others play golf.
Yeah, sit on the ninth green and the 18th or the 18th green, sip some Assam tea and
Now,
watch the golf.
absolutely. Now, if you look where these players are right now, okay, the visuals change. The right side out there is an actual one of those houses, big houses, the villas where the players can stay. Gives you a bird's eye view of the entire golf course.
While we were talking, Aman Raj picked up a fifth birdie, in 6 holes on the 11th par 5, and he has now moved up into tied third spot. So that is race for the order of merit is by no means over. Aman Raj, if he wins this week, he could very well overtake Sachin. And then, I mean, and of course, depending on where Sachin finishes, but I think this is going to be tighter and tighter as the season comes towards the end.
Yes, absolutely. With both the first and the second person dropping shots in terms of strokes by Sachin and Om Prakash, they've come a step closer and given hope to people sitting at 9 under par and 8 under par respectively. As we just saw Sakib not executing the way he would have liked and leaving himself way shorter on the hole number 16th for a par. Sorry, hole number 17th for a par attempt. 17th is also a very challenging par. Oh.
Even though the lead group has moved on to the back nine, still a lot of golf to come. Par 5 11th next on the anvil for the lead group. Sakib. Sakib playing alongside Kshitij Navid Kaul and Manish Thakkar. Sakib taking his time, knows it's a crucial putt. He's had a pretty up and down round, a lot of birdies. He had an eagle too on the third. Then he had four other bogeys, but he'd also given away four shots today. So, despite an eagle and a fair number of birdies, he's only 2 under for the day. Not too happy. There is Kshitij Navid Kaul, a young lad, tremendous amount of promise. Hasn't done as well as he would have wanted to in the last couple of seasons. "24th on the order of merit. Not hasn't had a win this season, even though he finished 5th at the Golconda Masters, which is where he spends a lot of time training. He was also 3rd at the Ahmedabad Open, presented by Grade 1. He also had a top 10 in Chandigarh. Extremely hard-working young man. During and just around the time of COVID, he used to spend a lot of time by himself. He used to come to the Skyline Golf Range, and he used to practice all by himself with his mother. They would arrive at the range at 8 o'clock and 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning and spend the entire day. And that, interestingly, was the time when I first met my co-commentator today, Aditya. Aditya was also there. He used to be at the range, and Kshitij would be there the whole day. He would bring his packed lunch with his mom, take a rest in between, and practice for 6-8 hours a day. And that was really the kind of hard work that he put in.
Yes, absolutely. A very severe, steep work ethic which this man has. And there's a very interesting fact about the mother-son duo is that if they have to converse about something, even funny or serious, which they don't want other people to be disturbed about, they have coded their own language.
Wow.
And it seems like God knows what's being talked about. Are we being made fun of, or they're just seriously talking about something else? But yeah, they both have the mother-son duo have their own language. I remember when they were making their way through for the very first time. I happened to meet them in Bangladesh. I think we were playing Chittagong. Yeah, we were playing Chittagong, and he joined us for a practice round. That's when I observed that the conversion of language which was being used to converse between the mother and son. Very, very interesting. Very hardworking pair. Both the mom and the son. Mom puts in those endless hours sitting behind him. He follows that system of Mr. DeChambeau.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, he has those clubs which are, each club is of the similar length, from his Lovewich to all the way up to his driver.
Very interestingly, the first time I met Kshitij, I mean, he was, I think, barely into his teens, and that was about 10 years ago. I have this habit of going for the Asia Pacific amateur tournaments, and you get to see some of these really bright youngsters from all over the place, including India. And Kshitij was part of the Indian team, and kind of he was so small and tiny. And I think a couple of years later, I think he was just barely 15 or something like that, maybe not even 15. He reached the All India Amateur Finals, where he lost in the finals. And a little after that, he turned professional. I think when he turned professional, I think he was about 16 or about 17 or so, the same age as Shubhankar Sharma. And he's continued since. I think he has a couple of wins also, so which is actually pretty good. And he's just 22 or 23, and he has a long way to go. It's just that I've seen him for so long, so I feel that he's been there for a long time, but he's actually extremely young and has a long career ahead of him.
Yes, absolutely. He is in the makings of his career, so to say.
One of those days I just need to hit the road and they calling out, yeah. Check! This is my temple, this is my mental peace sanctuary. The one thing I can't do without, you better hear me. Can't do without, I can't do without.
The ultimate biking experience is incomplete without Servo 40 Extra from Indian Oil. Servo 40 Extra from Indian Oil. Can't do without.
You can see it through those glasses, and a big smile. The eyes must be shining right now, just as those glasses are.
Yes, absolutely. Aman Raj is making the move in the right direction towards the top of the leader, and that birdie is certainly going to help. Let's see what Raj has to say about his attempt. I presume it's a birdie attempt, and let's see how it goes.
There, a big fist pump from Pukhraj, signaling a birdie that he has been looking for a while now. He had a top shot on the 12th, so now at least there is some breathing space again for him. There is that long birdie putt. The ball rolls and then goes around the cup and then drops. The ball has a mind of its own. And Aman says, God, this time I got you. There's nothing more exciting for a golfer than to see his golf ball disappear into the cup. Meanwhile, Om Prakash Chauhan and Sachin Basoya did pick up a shot on the 11, but there's still one shot between them. So Chauhan is at 13 under and Basoya at 12, whereas Aman Raj is moving up, the third player in double digits. The birdie on 13 actually has now put him at 10 under, and he is sole third. It's been a pretty good move up today. Despite that early double bogey on the third, he is 4 under for the day. So he's had 6 birdies from the 6th to the 13th. That means in 8 holes, he's picked 6 birdies. That's a massive day, a great day for him, wonderful for him, and I think it's something that Aman can be proud of. A win this week could actually put Aman very much into the race for the Order of Merit. I know last year he made a couple of trips for the Challenge Tour. Unfortunately, he could not make much headway there. So I'm sure he's very determined to try and do something serious this year and see that if he can move on to the next level. And I think he has the ability, the grit, the determination, much like many of the other youngsters on the tour. We're talking about people with great quality and strength. Here is Udayan Mane, the man who's got multiple wins, including the Order of Merit Triumph. And he is there at the Go Devil Hole 15, the par 5, 490 yards.
Interesting. I didn't see what club he's got in his hand, but I won't be surprised if it's the driver. Because both his playing partners have their big stakes out. Now Odian's going the more conservative way, placing the ball in the fairway.
He's another man, Udayan, who's actually, kind of, again, he seems to have put on a little bit more weight again. But from where he was into an amazing fitness regimen, lost a lot of weight, played some absolutely terrific golf. Of course, he's still playing some great golf, but there was a time when he seemed to be winning. When he seemed to be winning every week. There was a time I think, he won 3 or 4 weeks in a row, and at that time he suddenly became India's number one world ranked golfer.
Yes, absolutely. The seems to have been struggling a bit, not finding the right mojo which he has always had in his career. But such is the course of life, and this professional just highlights it furthermore. I'm sure he'll be back to his winning ways, just a matter of time. To a player of his caliber who's achieved so much, it's just a matter of time when they are back in the top and find their way back up.
This game, as we always keep talking about it, has a way to make you feel happy, and it can also be extremely frustrating. Talking about the number of wins, Mane has a dozen wins on the PGTI, and that's a fair number. He's in the top 6 of the maximum number of wins, and his golden season actually was around 2017 when he won like all the time, and then again in 1920 he won a lot of won a fair number of events. So I mean, he's the kind of a guy who, when he gets onto a hot streak, doesn't just give up. He just wins and wins.
Yes, there seems to be a spot of bother for Rohana or others golf ball, as they have asked for the referee to come in, and there's something which is a little bit confusing. So good to see the referees coming out to aid up. I think they needed to repair an old hole, because that could be the only reason what the way he's trying to repair it. Could be the hole cut out from yesterday or day before, I presume.
Yes, quite possible.
Always safe to take guided advice from the referees in case of doubt. That's what they are there for. And kindly enough, we're fortunate to have some brilliant referees on the Professional World Tour of India, and some youngsters trying to get onto that route, as we just saw. So it seems that PGTI is covered on all fronts, not only money or world ranking points or the number of event plays, but as to how they are running their events in terms of rules and regulations.
Rohana is not having a good day on the greens at all, missing a lot of putts here and there. We were just talking about Mane, going through a bit of a trough. Mm, His last win was actually the Tour Championships in December 2021. And interestingly, he also won the Tour Championships in 2019. And in a few weeks' time, there will be the Tour Championships of 2023. I'm sure Udayan is going to feed on his happy memories to see if he can get back to winning that again.
Yes, absolutely. Very difficult to put a thoroughbred of Udayan's category down for a long time. Just a matter of time as when he gets his so-called fifth, sixth gear activated again.
The interesting thing is the last time when, say, barely 2 years ago, when Udayan Mane won the 21 Tour Championships, I think the prize purse at that time, it was, I think, 1.5 crores. In 2 years, it's become double that amount.
Yes, Tata Steel has been a big supporter of professional golf tour of India, and not only in terms of money, but also in terms of providing support for venues, providing support for Q school venues where I don't think they've been charging PGTI anything, or if it is, it's a very nominal fee. So Tata Group has been a very big supporter and a very big driving force behind making professional golf tour of India reach the new heights which it has never scaled and is now sitting pretty at. So it's a big job done absolutely right by such corporate brands, such big names in terms of providing financial guidance, providing financial support and also guidance as to how to go about it. Because these are houses which have been running for n number of years on a very prosperous path. So a fraternity of like PGTI, which is still very young, can definitely learn and be benefited from the association of such companies.
Tata Steel has been at the forefront of Indian sport. Not many people might remember or might know that Tata's actually had the first president of the Indian Olympic Association, Sir Dorabji Tata. And, since then, they have actually been absolutely amazing in terms of what they have given to Indian sport. So I think it's human, I mean, it's awesome. And today they're supporting Indian golf in such a huge manner. They back football. They have sports academies. The entire city of Jamshedpur and Tatanagar is like almost like a sports city. We are now approaching the business end of the third round. The last few holes, the lead group has already played 12, and about 6 more holes to go. As Om Prakash Chauhan and Sachin Basoya, the top two, being chased hard by Aman Raj.
Akbar seems to be a little bit upset with how the ball is somehow misbehaving and not listening to the commands being given to it. But chin up, young man, because you have played this game enough to understand that there are days and then there are days.
Yes, there are days when the golf balls do your bidding, and there are days they just frustrate you.
Yes, sometimes it just seems to be that you are a bystander and letting the golf ball do whatever it wants.
It has a mind of its own, remember. Just like a golfer, a golf ball has a mind of its own too.
Absolutely. But it's amazing to if somebody goes back rewinds it to 365 days behind how Yuvraj and Manu Gandas overpowered the tour by sheer will or whatever, or they had hacked clubs or whatever they had, because both of them showcased exactly how to go about and play golf and did amongst them, they had 11 title wins.
Yes, I was doing some stats late last year, if I remember correctly. I think they were either 21 or 22 tournaments, and they won half of them. So there's Aman Raj again, a wave there, a light wave, a fist bump with a caddy. Seems to be another short game.
Yes, Aman Raj seems to be enjoying his round as he's lighting up the course. He's already sitting 4 under par, and if that Bart was his birdie putt, he should be jumping up to 5 under par, which would be the best score for the day, which has been.
Mari Muthu also has 5 under par.
Yes, Mari Muthu also has 5 under par, but Mari's round is still going. And the aggressive nature of Mari, I won't be surprised he capitalizes on the 2 par 5s coming up.
And your young friend, Vishal Pratap Singh Gill,
yes,
was 5 under for the back nine, and he's had a string of 6 pars on the front line of the course. So there's been some really good scores there, despite the challenge presented by the Digboi golf links. Digboi Dig. Well, I like that. That was a nice story there, Aditya.
Yeah, imagine would have been quite a sight for the first time, and I would have understood this story. It took me a second or two to understand.
There's a replay. Aman chops it in. Excellent. An extra spring in the walk.
Yes, absolutely. Aman Raj is going towards more and more red numbers, and on his way of accumulating that, he's already sitting at 10 under par. I won't be surprised after that birdie. He is at 11 par. He's at at 11 under par. And those 2 balls, I won't be surprised, are of both the leaders and the second spot.
Yes, he did pick up that birdie. I mean, it is. So he had 4 birdies in a row to close the front line, and he's picked up 3 birdies in the first 5 holes of the back nine. So which really means that he's had 7 birdies in the last 9 holes. That's quite something. It's been quite a day for Aman Raj, and I'm sure he is still kind of, he's trying to put back the thoughts of that double bogey early on. And from there, he's made a magnificent rally, coming back to 5 under after being 2 over. I think it's awesome. And I think now both Om Prakash and Sachin know that they could be in trouble. The door is already opened ever so slightly for Aman to walk in. And a bit more, he could actually price it open. There's a nice chip there. Oh, the ball runs away a little too far. Uncomfortable putt back for Om Prakash Chauhan. And he needs that to get his par, or it could be a bit more trouble for him.
Yeah, this could actually be a 2-shot swing if Sachin sends that ball where it needs to go, as he's reasonably close enough to make his birdie. And OP has a sizable par attempt left.
How things can change in a matter of a few minutes. There was a time when Om Prakash was 3 shots clear of the field. And now he's barely trying to hold on to that 1 shot, which could actually disappear in a few minutes, maybe seconds.
Yeah, that expression from the caddy says it all.
He could still gain a shot here because it's not going to be easy for Om Prakash.
Yes, OP has a sizable putt left for his par, and if the way the cap is being put on his head for Sachin, it's just a matter of seconds that how is that ball evading its home?
He knows that it was a big moment. A birdie there and a possible bogey for Om Prakash would have meant a big 2-shot swing. Sakra Bahadur. That's it.
I think this would mark as Sukra's first birdie for the day. I sincerely hope that's the case. And all the watchful eyes are on the man who, for the moment, has the lead on his own, Mr. Om Prakash Chauhan from Mau.
Two great golfers from Mao, Mukesh Kumar and now Om Prakash Chauhan. Oh, the big man for the big moment.
Yes, these are those small battles inside around which you have to contend with, and Om Prakash has come out with flying colors after
That's
backing
right.
that
It was
ball
ever
home.
small. I mean, Sachin's birdie missed ever so slightly, and there it is, stopping almost at the mouth of the cup. And here, then we have Om Prakash Chauhan bowling a very, very testy putt. They're from about 6 to 8 feet. He gets it, keeps his par. So, after being Sachin had a look at a birdie, and Om Prakash was staring at a bogey. In the end, both of them got a par, and Om Prakash keeps his lead.
Still giving it all he has, such is the case for Aruna Rohana. Somehow that ball is not listening, and Rohana is still at it and is still trying to find different ways, be it putter, be it chip ins, or sheer will of, I guess, some kind of magic to make sure that the ball is finding the bottom of the hole.
He doesn't give up. He's been around for a long time, 50 years of age, many wins, about half a dozen wins on the PGTI Tour, an Asian Games silver medalist from about 2 decades ago in 2002. He's seen a lot of golf, and he's not the kind to give up so easily. He knows there's another round to go tomorrow, and I'm sure he'll come back roaring. I mean, it's been a triple bogey start, a bogey after that, then an eagle on the seventh, and then only pars.
Yes, absolutely. Rohana won't have reached the highs of his career if he had been a give up kind of a guy.
Certainly.
Very interesting to see what if somebody gets an opportunity to watch Aruna Rohana's golf clubs, his swing is so tied up and so good that he only uses what would appear to be the size of a 25 paisa coin in the center of the club. So the club only gets worn off from there. I remember when I was playing with him and I said, if you're done with your clubs, I can use them because that's the exact spot which I'm not using this time. So they can last me at least a year or so.
That's interesting. So here is Kapil Kumar, still very much in the frame at 10 under, only 3 behind Om Prakash. An important putt for him. He knew it from the moment he stroked the ball.
Yeah, it looked like he jabbed it way past through the line.
I thought he stood up a little too early and was a bit unsure, tentative, if I may say.
Every player has one odd club in his bag which seems to be somewhat of a demon in their life. And knowing Kapil Kumar for a while, I would safely presume that it's the putter which manages not to listen to him. Because if you see on the putting green, he's always walking up to players, trying to grab onto their putter. hit a few putts with somebody else's putter and see, oh, this is nice, that is nice, this is nice. And he's always traveling with at least two putters, if not more.
So that's the thing, it's like a bee in the bonnet, I mean, you know you're being bothered by a putter, so you keep thinking too much about it. Maybe if he actually gave it a little less thought and focused on the other things, on the other clubs, etc., he might be a shade better. But then, I have the advantage of sitting on the sidelines and talking while he has to play.
Yes, absolutely. Till the time he has put the genie in the bottle, it'll still keep eluding him. This thing, that thing, or whatever. Mere matter of time, as he's put himself enough number of times in the scruff of things to pick up his first win. Let's hope it's sooner than later. And that will be the time to engage with him which putter did he finally decide to seal up and put up in the vault. Here's a look at the treacherous 17th hole. One of the more difficult. If I had to pick up in a hierarchy, I would call it first. Sorry, yeah, I'll call it first, 10th, and 17th in systems of degrees of difficulty.
Missed putt pushed Kapil a bit more down. Is now into tied fourth place.
And
there,
that's a very good part by the Sri Lankan K. Prabhakaran. From long distance out, he has found the hole. And with just the 18th hole left to play, I'm sure you will be listening to those growls in the stomach of what's on the menu as you walk past the 18th hole. You also walk past where the lunch buffet has been set up. So I'm sure they can smell
they
what's
can
being
smell
cooked
it.
up.
They
Yes,
can
what's being.
smell.
Yes, and if they have some misfortunes, they can actually go and visit it before they finish the 18th hole, as out of bound lurks right exactly where the buffet has been set up. It's very realistically in play.
We were just talking about how Aman Raj actually rallied. Another man who's made a fantastic rally today has been Pukhraj Singh Gill, who started the day bogey, but since then has recovered pretty decently to 3 under, and he's gone up to tied fourth place alongside Akshay Kumar, Akshay Sharma, and Sarthik Chibber and Kapil Kumar. And yes, Mohammad Azhar is also in with them. All of them are at 9 under in tied fourth place behind Om Prakash Chauhan, Sachin Basoya, and Aman Raj. A lot of golf yet to come. We are nearing the end of the third round, the moving day where a few big moves were made, a few big slides too. But 18 more holes to go on the final day on Saturday. So it's never over till it's over. Sarthak Chibber has had a decent day.
Yeah, Sarthak is sitting very pretty at 4 under par, total 9. Can definitely make headway and break into double figures if he finds this ball where it needs to go. I'm presuming that's his birdie putt.
It's pointing towards a pitch mark, which fortunately for him did no damage to him. But
I think he should forget about that pitch mark and move forward because that ball's gone where it needed to go. Immaterial left, right, or center. It's in the house. Move on, play on your 18th hole. Put these worries behind you. What a beautiful putt by K. Prabhakaran from long distance out. A few highlights of earlier how this hole was played by Prabhakaran, Akshay, and Sarthak.
So the final hole of the day, Sarthak all set.
This is a very interesting par 4. The length is not too much, but off the tee, you have to move the ball sharp from left to right to keep the ball into a very, very, very severely undulating fairway. And the green is a bit of a tabletop kind of a green with the false front in the beginning half of it, and the mid half of the green is pretty flat, but the target is very small. So the tee shot is very, very important. Just to give people a perspective, this tee shot reminds me of a similar tee shot, which is the 18th hole on Chandigarh Golf Club. So you've got to move the ball sharp to keep it in play from your left to right.
Still checking out the yardages for the last minute. Last hole, doesn't want to make any small mistakes here. Sun's getting a bit sharp for a man from Dharan Golf Club.
Yes, the first time I saw him with this umbrella, he looked like so cute in it. I couldn't admire how nicely the umbrella fits his size. You know, these umbrellas which we have these days, the double canopy umbrellas, they are heavy to pick around and move around. And God forbid you have to open them because of rain. You've had it.
Why do you think golfers get to the gym so that they can be strong enough to open those giant umbrellas?
Absolutely. But the gym culture introduced by Mr. Eldrick Tiger Woods has definitely changed the face of game. We see so many professional golfers going the regime workout system to sharpen their skills, prolong their careers, and become way far better golfers. It's like because of these guys like me have to try and stop eating a little bit extra and try and get into shape if I have to have the possibility to compete with them. Forget beating them. I think while playing with my playing partner, I'll slip on one of them and move my way around.
Yes, and talking about players who finished their round, Divyanshu Bajaj has finished. He finished with a birdie on the 18th. 5 under for the day. That's a good job done. 3 birdies on the back nine, 2 on the closing stages of the front nine. So it's basically been, 5 under for the day. Moves to 8 under, and he is 9th right now inside the top 10. Still a few more players to come in, but I think it's a great job there by Divyanshu.
Yes, absolutely. I remember Devanshu did the similar thing in Chennai. He shot an 8 under par on the moving day and catapulted himself into the leaderboard for the final day. And this won't put him in the leader group, but he has definitely broken into the top 10. He's solo 9th, and this year is being reasonably all right for Devyanshu, as he's also taken the new system route of workouts and getting fitter, and now calls himself Devyanshu 2.0.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a nice one. So Divyanshu was the first group to tee off from the first tee, and he's now finished the day with 5 under and 8 under total. The man in the first group from the 10th tee was Rahil Kanchi in that group, and he's finished with 3 under for the day and has a total of 5 under for 54 holes and is tied 20th.
Yes, interestingly, both these gentlemen have left their hometowns from Calcutta, moved to Bangalore, set up base over there, and now practice play over there so that they get extra time, extra hours to spend more time honing their skills in and getting better at their skills.
Also, possibly, the weather.
The weather plus more ample opportunities to play at different venues. Bangalore does boast a lot of golf courses in and around it. Calcutta, for say, has two championship golf courses, which is Royal and Dolly. Other than the Army course is not Fort Williams is not a championship track. So yes, weather-wise, and not only that, I guess they started.
A sign of frustration there from Om Prakash. The ball not doing what he wants. Just slips past. And the cap comes off. He still managed to maintain his calm.
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, a lot of players are doing that. They're moving their home bases to different venues. Like if you look at Aman Raj also, for example, he moved home base during the COVID times from Patna and moved to the city of Gurugram. He's been staying there, and a lot of players, for that matter, if you look at Shubhankar Sharma, he left Gurgaon because he felt that he can harness his skills better off in Chandigarh with his coach over there.
Exactly. Jesse was also there, so
Yeah.
I support him. So I think it's a mix of weather, coaches, availability of facilities, and like in Shubhankar's case, it was also. I mean, he was right next to home. I mean, so now his base is like Chandigarh. He used to be in Mohali, I think, and so it's all a question of where mentally nowadays. Like Shubhankar, for example, spends a bit of time even in Dubai, because I mean that's pretty close to Europe where he plays most of the time. So I mean, and this week he is of course playing in South Africa. So I think there is a lot of golfers become global citizens.
Absolutely true. Not only global citizens, if we can also see what's happening domestically. Players are moving about from their hometowns, which are not that well versed in numbers of golf courses being around to harness their skills, or for that matter, coaches being available, or playing conditions being more challenging, and getting more time to play and practice, like Rahil and Divyanshu have done.
The length of daylight, say, in Bangalore is also more than you would get in Kolkata, I think, especially in, say, the period between October onwards to, say, January, something like that, when winter comes closer.
Yes, absolutely. That plus it gives you more of a conducive environment to work around with. I mean, in terms of just plain practice, because I remember every person from Bangalore or Calcutta or even Madhya Pradesh, when they're coming towards NCR and above, in weathers like these, they have got their cardigans out, and because it's severity of temperatures which we see in NCR are very strong, be it heat or winters or rainfall.
Or the fog.
Yeah,
Or the smog.
More smog than fog.
So here's the leaderboard. Om Prakash Chauhan still at the top at 13 under. Sachin Basoya one behind at 12 under. Aman Raj chasing them hard at 11 under through 14 holes, 4 left. Akshay Sharma, Satvik Chibber, Pukrat Singh Gill made a great rally. Kapil Kumar and Mohammad Azhar at 9 under each. They all had 3 and 4 holes left to play. Still a tight leaderboard. Just 4 shots separating the top 8 players. I think we are in for an absolutely exciting final day. But still, there are about 5 more holes to go for the lead group, which has Om Prakash Chauhan, Sachin Basoya, and Shukra Bahadur Rai of Nepal, who's not had the best of days. He is trailing far behind. He's dropped quite a lot of shots today, and he is 3 over. After 14 holes, he was 5 over after the first 12, but picked up birdies on the 13th and 14th.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
On the par 515. So it's now tied second, Aman and Sachin at 12 under, breathing down Om Prakash Chauhan's day.
Yes, absolutely. And so has his playing partner Pukhraj. Pukhraj has also moved alongside to 10 under par by having the similar stretch as Aman, where both of these gents have birdied 13th, 14th, and 15th at a consecutive stretch.
So, which you rightly said that the back nine affords a few more chances to pick up shots, and both these young men have done exactly that.
Here's a look at the 17th hole, and that's a brilliant shot from the Dhruv Sharon, and a very small birdie putt left for himself. He'll be looking to set that up and move a little bit closer to bigger red numbers. The two ways of playing the 17th hole, where exactly where Dhruv is placed, maybe with a 5 iron off the tee, or get a little more aggressive with a 4 iron or a 2 iron and hit it to the second lower plateau, which is now quickly disappearing from your screens. Akbar is in a bit of a spot because he's ended up way far left, which is the heavy stuff there are. As you see him taking a very big swing and a chunk of grass coming out from there. And the ball has come up a little short. Bit of a steep uphill slope on this green when you're walking up towards it. And there you have on your left hand screens, you have the third playing partner. Only the caddy is visible because he's still in the fairway, but there's a fair bit onto the right hand side of which would be your left hand side on the screens. Now, exactly see where Dhruv just and Akbar left off from. That spot is the amount of difference you see in elevation change in fairways. So, fair bit of undulations, which are the real factors of threat on this venue.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Beautiful golf, which is being aired on your screens, is courtesy the shake of hands between Professional Golf Tour of India and the media giant ABP. ABP is providing you live coverage of round 3 and 4 for the entirety of the season of Professional Golf Tour of India. So a big shout out to them, and here's to hoping for bigger and grander scales of things between these two companies. And here's a look at the first look at the 18th green. Akshay giving a fist pump. I'm presuming he has made yet another birdie. And if that's the case, Mr. Akshay Sharma would be sitting pretty at 10 under par and would join Pukhraj for the 4th spot. A very small length putt left, and it finds the bottom of the hole, and Sarthak and K. Prabhakaran alongside Akshay just congratulating, shaking hands, and acknowledging the efforts gone behind the stretch of 18 holes respectively. And onwards, they move to submit their scorecards and feeding their hungry bellies. Yeah, so Rohan came up a little bit short, and since he was on the extreme left-hand side, really realistically possible. Very heavy stuff, very thick blades of grass over there in the rough. Not easy to hack the ball out, but he's done a very good job of now keeping it underneath the hole, which is a simplistic up and down. These are the simple up and down, which, if you're not careful with in a venue like Digboi, they can quickly get away from you. So Rohan giving it that extra second of attention and nearly lips out for his birdie attempt, but should be happy with that, I guess. He's got somewhat of a 4-footer coming back. As we were discussing, that Rohan has been a good amateur, but sometimes it takes, even for the best of players, to do the transition from amateur status to professional ranks, as the competition, without any stretch of doubt, is way more dense and more stronger, more volume of better players are available, are not available, but are present to stiffen you up and make you well adversed with the tough competition playing conditions.
I mean, Rohan did begin the week very well with a 65, but the second round 74, and today was a fairly rocky. I mean, as we were talking a little earlier, he did get the birdies. He caught a couple of birdies. Many of them opportunities, he created them, but couldn't convert them. Two birdies and two bogeys. I mean, it's not been really the kind of a day which he would have expected in the third round. So I mean, a little bit of underachievement, I would say, for the day. But nevertheless, still, kind of one more day to go. He could make a bit of a move up, and I'm sure he's got that in his mind.
Yes, absolutely.
I think about a 5-footer or 4-5-footer to close the day.
Yeah, the treacherous 17th is a bit of a tricky monster on this track.
There are days when nothing happens, and Rohan must be feeling exactly that way today. He did get his chances, he did create them, but couldn't convert them. They say it could have been a fine day, but it was not to be.
Yes, absolutely. And here's a look at the birdie attempt for Dhruv. He hit a very good shot from that far out and has left himself with an uphill left to right putt. The similar putt which Sarthak Chibber made, but was a bit still rattled after he made that putt. So let's see what Dhruv has to say about this one. Just didn't give it enough gas. From what could have been a beautiful birdie to a very simplistic par.
Let's say a frustrating par. There are times when you don't like such pars because you really think, you left a shot there.
Yes, absolutely. I remember we were playing a few days back and he wasn't happy with his putter. But we all have that one club in our bag which needs more attention. Let's just put it that way than anything else. For some, it's the driver. For some, it's your wedge. For some, it's your putter. All these things, these 14 clubs are secondary to the 15th, which needs the most attention. which happens to be the 6 inches between your ears, as widely said by most of the learned people who have made prolific careers out of this game. So, at the end of the day, 15th club is the most important one.
So there we are. So Sarthak Chippers finished for the day, 5 under, and is 5 under for the day, and I think that's been a fantastic. That's a pretty decent round today. So he is moved into the top five. He's 10 under, according to the double digits. 5 players in double digits under par, still headed by Om Prakash Chauhan, followed by Aman Raj and Sachin Basoya at 12 under to Chauhan's 13 under. Then we have Pukhraj Singh Gill, who birdied straight from 13 to 16, 4 in a row. He is right now 5 under and 11 under at solo 4, followed by Sarthak Chibber. So it's been, despite the challenges presented by the golf course, I think some of the guys, they're right up on top of the leaderboard, which is why actually they are there on the top. They've handled the course quite well, put in some good scores. The greens have not been the easiest. They have been tricky, sometimes slow, sometimes the break doesn't come as expected by the players. So I think overall, I mean, look at this slope here. I mean, it's not really easy to handle these things. So I think by and large, the golf course has tested the players, and some of them have come out with flying colors, while others will have to wait for tomorrow to see if they can do better.
Yes, absolutely. So here's a look at the three players playing it in a different format. Pukhraj going more aggressive, taken a bigger club, and has fed it up all the way to the lower tier. And behind them, Akbar has played the conservative way, but still, unfortunately, missed the fairway onto the left hand side. And then there is the third member of this group, the man who is the lowest in field in terms of scoring as of today, Aman Raj, who we will soon see on the extreme left half of the screens, which means he's gone a little bit further more aggressive than rest of the gang. And immaterial of the aggression, this is a beautiful approach shot from Akbar from that far out. It skipped, it hopped, and it wobbled right next to the flagstick. So he'll be very pleased with that result.
That shows the power that he packs into each of his drives. What happened? Didn't get a great bounce. Veered off to the right.
Yeah, what we can't really see is where Pukhraj was hitting it from. He was still on a severe downhill, so I guess it was difficult for him to square up the club face. Promoted the ball to flare out a little to the right. There you have on the extreme left hand side is Aman Raj. Aman Raj,
from behind the bushes, so to say.
Yeah, it looks like he's peeping from the behind of the wheel, but that's center fairway. Presuming that his ball is not gone a little too long, because one of those ditches which is there to provide you shelter all the tournament while it's going on throughout the course of the venue in all the holes, that also works as a hazard.
Okay.
So you got to be careful to avoid that. So let's hope that's not the case and he's just taking his time to execute. And we have lift off, and the ball has come up way short than he would have wanted it. But nonetheless, he'll be in that Rohan Dole Patil's category. He's where he'll have a uphill chip putt going along. Bit of a
It's been absolutely superb on backline so far, with 4 birdies on a notch.
And here's a quick update for you while we're getting a few highlights. The lead has segregated and changed in terms of the numbers as Om Prakash Chauhan is stamping his class and authority by making an eagle on the Go Devil hole by putting a 3 in place of a 5 and sits pretty at a 3-shot clear lead again.
Tough get going when the going gets tough, says the old cliche, and Om Prakash Chauhan proves it yet again. I mean, he had a 3-shot lead, saw it get reduced to 1, and he's now back again with 3. With a 3 on a par by 15.
Yes, and he's had to work hard to make that lead come up because he's sitting at 6 under par to just be three shots clear. So he's played some stellar golf to be sitting where he is sitting. Nothing to take away from Aman Raj, who's also 6 under par for his day, but he finds himself 3 shots behind Om Prakash. So as they say, it's a race over the course of 4 days, and you have to sit across, play across, and persevere all kinds of highs and lows if you want to win any title.
There's a smile, there was frustration on the face of Om Prakash and the smile on the ever-smiling Sukha. And the colourful Sachin Basoya, my favourite, with a lovely t-shirt. A light fist bump after one of his many birdies. There is the left-handed Karthik Sharma.
Yes, and the very dangerous Thangaraja coming lurking from behind. The way he catapulted himself to win the Vizag tournament, really, really admirable. I remember he was joking around, walking around because he was not even in contention when the day began. But that 8 under par round saw him win without having to play. Or did they have a playoff? No, I don't think they had a playoff. Tanga won it by a solitary shot over Akshay. I mean, he wasn't sure that he's going to win that. It took PGTI at least half an hour to find him after whereas he disappeared for the prize presentation.
Well, there it is. Sometimes you don't even know how well you've done. And that was the case with Tanga. Tanga, in my language, it means gold. In Tamil, Tanga means gold.
Yeah, that's the kind of a person he is. He's always smiling, always helpful. And I try and keep a 1 arm distance from him because for some reason he thinks I'm a punching bag, and likewise do I see the same when I see him. So we basically are just hitting each other, and we still have to find the point. Why did it start?
He thinks you're a punching bag.
Yeah.
Spokraj Gill.
That's not that bad. I guess when any professional leaves a putt shot, there is a little bit of disbelief and something which you do not appreciate or think to feel that you would do. One of those mistakes which we generally avidly try to avoid is leaving a putt shot.
Not too happy with that finish.
Yeah, safely sends it home. No harm, no foul. And what is interesting is, where did that chip attempt from Aman Raj leave himself? If that's the coin, I think it's not a very big putt. Here's to hoping that's the coin, and it's a shorter one than rather than a tedious, lengthy par attempt.
It's getting a good look. After such an amazing run, the last thing he wants is a drop shot at this stage.
Yes, absolutely. No, I don't think he's going to drop that shot at all. Somebody sitting at the score which he is, he definitely understands what's at stake and how important every stroke is.
Not bad.
I think he gave it just the ample amount of time.
It seems to be looking at you and me, saying, "Hey, did you see that?"
Yeah, he is.
So no friends.
Here's a look at some of the putts on replay. Akbar missing his putt, whereas Pukhraj and Aman Raj safely in for a 4. Here's another look, probably the last stroke for the day for Dhruv on hole number 18th. Yes, he would be somewhat happy with that putt, because that was a sizable putt to send home. Shake of the head, cap comes off. He's done with his round, and it's time to submit the scorecard and call it a day. The Pune boys pretty much on the similar lines to on the 18th hole.
So after Rohan's putt there, Oden doesn't want to, no wants to be over careful, tapping the ball there. Hopefully the final stroke of the day.
Absolutely. With the kind of caliber which he possesses, this would definitely be the last stroke of the day. especially after the read which he got from Rowan's putt. Because he replaced his marker, that means he's bang on the line, and from the length of the putt which is left, I think it's a foot and a half. Yeah, rightly so. Acknowledgements and big thanks to all of them. Each of them thanking each other for the battle they had to conjure up to finish up this round. And it's time to see what is sufficing on hole number 17th. Kapil has sent it long and left, so interesting chip coming up for him. That's a reasonable chip. He won't be very happy with how far he's sent that ball away from the hole, but let's see if Rohana can do that one better. I'm sure he would. That's the nature of the game. Sometimes you get those favorable bounces, and sometimes you don't. As long as his putt finds the bottom of the hole, he'll be a reasonably comfortable person. Rohana has hit that chip very nicely. There you have in the background Mr. Chari on his bike. Wonder what's transpiring over there.
Master of all that he surveys there. He's telling people to hurry up. As usual.
Yeah, I think he's also hungry by now. Taking the putter from off the green. I guess he's got a reasonably good lie, good enough to hit the putt. Yeah, and the leaders have made their way on to the second shots on the 17th. So as the day is coming towards a close, we could possibly see bit of a change in case Sachin can birdie the 17th and the 18th, as Aman is only left with the 18th hole. That's a very good lag putt from Azhar from that far out. He's left himself just a mere formality to tap it in. All right, after all the surveillance from all angles, this is Kapil lining up himself for his par attempt on the 17th hole. In the background, you can see Sukra and Sachin on the lower half of the fairway on the 17th, and that after that putt, he would definitely breathe a sign of relief because that was a sizable putt for par. Ohana again a bit of.
He's happy that the day is getting over soon.
Yeah, he's happy. That golf ball definitely won't be happy. Here's a first look at the fairway of the 18th, where Aman Raj has driven it to a very good spot, middle of the fairway, just about what, 60 odd yards left, 50 yards left to the front edge of the green. A tricky approach shot, as the second shots will be coming off of a severe downhill, and the green is elevated from where the players are hitting their approach shots, and is a very small target. As you see, Akbar's ball comes up a little bit shorter than he would have liked. That false front kills anything which has got less steam and brings the ball to an abrupt halt. Aman would be definitely eyeing that what just happened in front of him with his playing partner's ball and giving it the respect it needs. Yeah, he seems to be taking a more higher lofted club and is going the aerial route out. Yeah, that's the trouble which lurked around if you took the aerial route, that it's very difficult to stop the ball from this close out. Not enough distance to generate the spin, as we saw Aman Raj just missing the green by overshooting it a fraction bit.
That means he needs a good up and down to close the day.
It's a simple up and down. I won't be surprised if he chooses to putt it out also from there. But yeah, the eventuality would be a very lengthy birdie attempt, but a very realistic par. But what we see is a very big spot of bother is for Pukhraj. Pukhraj needs to keep this low but still keep running, which he's done.
But it just runs away far too much.
Yeah, that's gone off and is on a slightly downhill slope for him.
It's a troublesome place to try and putt from, so he probably will need to chip.
He'll definitely fly the ball onto the green. No chance can he putt it from there. Unless he's hell-bent on making us look funnier than we really are. But yeah, chip would be the option to go. Now, two different approaches from Akbar and Aman Raj. Akbar trying to bump run it, came up a little short than he would have liked, as the ball lost all its steam because of the severity of the false front. But Aman Raj flying it all the way up to the flag, but could not stop it onto the green. But either of the two options, Aman is in way better position than Akbar. Akbar has to contemplate with a side uphill, and he's hit it reasonably all right.
It still is by no means. It's not by no means a gimme. It's going to be still take a little bit of effort to get that in.
Yes, that's the last thing you want on the 18th hole, which is the last hole of the day. Let's see what Aman Raj has to say about it.
Won't be surprised with Aman in the kind of mind frame he is, in the frame of mind that he is. He might actually think that he might actually go for a.
Yeah, left clean in place coming to perfect use.
If it's there, why not use it?
Yes, absolutely. Rules are there to make gameplay fair, and in such conditions where ball can gather up mud, it's just fair enough to get the players that extra effort where they can clean their ball and place it and play with the absolutely mud free, stone free, dirt free golf ball.
Crucial part there for Aman.
He gave it a decent rap to it. It has gone just a fraction ahead into Udinmane's territory. But yeah, he's at least left himself a simple putt. It's an uphill putt, and he would get some kind of a read from Pukhraj's chip. All right, so he has taken up
There
the
it is.
putter.
He has come with the putter.
He's done a reasonable job with that.
Yes, he has. He has. Maybe he didn't want to take a chance with a pitching wedge or something. It was a bit too short a distance for him to maybe take a chance. If he'd overflown it, I mean, if he'd overdone it, he would have left himself with a fairly challenging putt.
Absolutely, he's done the right option for himself. Make sure that the ball's not further away than he would have wanted
Yes,
for his partner.
chances.
There you have the live feed on on live feed 1, where Akbar has called it a day for him as he wraps up his round. And on the 17th, you have the leader group, which is Sukra on your screens. I think Sukra has left his putt a little under than he would have liked. Or was he just marking it back again? Be careful with the line. I think he just marked it again. The very important return putt for Aman Raj, which he's sent in quite comfortably. So an excellent round by him of 6 under par catapults him to the leaderboard, as in the final group where he'll be playing for the fourth round of the IndianOil Servo Golf Masters.
So that's the end of the 17th for Sukra. And on the other side on live feed 1, we can see Pukhraj Singh Gill completing the day. A good job done for the day. Fought back from bogey and to come up with a good finish. And Aman Raj also had a great rally after a double bogey on the third. So 600 card for Aman Raj, moves into tied second spot. Pukhraj is fourth. He was bogey at the start, finishes with 5 under. And I think it's been a fairly good day's job done for both of them. And they are now in fourth and tied second place. So in the meantime, we are on the 17th with Sachin Basoya there. Sachin Basoya also, not being able to find a birdie for a while now. After a birdie on the par 5 11th, he's had a string of 5 pars, had a couple of chances, didn't actually convert them. He's been steady nevertheless.
Yes, absolutely. He's by no means played poorly because he's sitting at 3 under par already. It's just that taming the wild horse, which is Om Prakash Chauhan, has been next to impossible, at least for this season, for anybody. But Sachin still has ample opportunities, as he has 19 holes more to go, but that is a blemish he won't appreciate.
So a missed putt there, pretty much towards the end of the 17. Not happy at all. So Sachin was going so good. I think that's going to be a bit of a that's going to spoil his lunch for sure. There is one more hole. Let's see if he can make up for that. We have Kapil Kumar, Anura Rohana as are approaching the 18th green. It's a fantastic. There's a nice view of Pukraj. Just that it's been a day where Om Prakash has made fewer mistakes than everybody else, as usual. And that eagle on the par 5 15, defining the day, as he's 5 under through 17, despite that bogey on the 17th hole. The eagle actually gave him some cushion. He was 3 ahead, now he's just 2 ahead, but still, nevertheless, a good cushion for him. It was on the 17th that Sachin also dropped a shot to 11 under and third place. Aman Raj will be looking to make a run on the final day. He's 2 behind Om Prakash Chauhan. On live feed 2, we have Sukra Bahadur on the 18th. Interestingly, while Om Prakash Chauhan and Sachin had bogeyed the 17, Sukra actually picked a birdie there, which is why he had the honor. Sukra 5 over after 12 holes has picked up 3 birdies since then on 13, 14 and 17. So a bit of a comeback for the young man from Nepal. On live feed 1, Anurag marks as Paul. A short 3-footer for him, but it's not been the kind of a day that he would have wanted at the start. It's 3 feet, but not many of the 3-footers or 5-footers have actually dropped for him. So still contemplates on what is in store for him with that final putt as Kapil Kumar gets ready for his putt. We are in the closing stages of the third round, penultimate round of the IndianOil Servo Masters Golf 2023 at Digboi Golf Links. And it drops. So Kapil finishes with a nice par. He's there. It's not been a great round, but it's been a modest round with 1 under. Anura. Finally, it did fall.
Yeah, more of a forgetful round for Aruna in terms of how the scoring has gone, because that putter was definitely not on song today. But I'm sure we'll see a bright and firing Aruna Rohana, the Lankan torchbearer of professional golf for Lanka, with a different mindset and a different scorecard tomorrow. As they look at the pro tracer for the 18th tee shot, you gotta move your ball left to right. That's why every player is going there. Deliberate efforts to make sure that the ball does move left to right. Very good use of technology here, giving you different ball flights, different curvatures on the balls in terms of apex and movement laterally.
An interesting day. Om Prakash and Sachin, both of them have had almost similar back nines. Both of them bogeyed the 10th, both of them birdied the 11th, both of them bogeyed the 17th, but in between, the difference was Om Prakash eagled the 15th and Sachin managed only a par.
Yes, an untimely bogey for OP on the 17th has opened the door somewhat for the people at 12 under par, but unfortunately for Sachin, it's a drop shot. So now the closest contender is the Mad Hatter from Patna.
Aman Raj.
Yeah, Aman Raj will be licking his chops with the brilliant round which is posted, and fight on for tomorrow.
Yes. And I think he must have been particularly pleased because I think he looked very, very upset after that double. I think after that he made no mistakes, picked up 8 birdies after that, and saved a couple of very crucial pars with testy 4 and 5 footers on a couple of occasions. So I think 6 under was an excellent round, the best of the day, and I think justifiably he's closest to the leader, Om Prakash Chauhan, who still has one more hole to play. He's on the 18th. He's at 14 under. Aman is already back in the clubhouse at 12 under and has probably begun his lunch already.
I think before he has lunch, Nikhil will have him tied up for the media duties and not make him wait for his lunch a little bit more. But in pole position after that beautiful drive is Sachin. Sachin is it that ideal yardage where he can impart enough spin to knock this one close to the flagstick?
Oh no.
The steep uphill of the false front got him, I guess, a bit of a miscue or a yardage issue.
I think it could be a yardage issue. He's didn't fully commit himself probably.
Yeah. Om Prakash, whereas coming in from the other side, so he will have a bit of a jumper. So I won't be surprised if he sends this way high in the air to make it stop quickly. Yeah, that's the ball flight which he's chosen and has done magnificently
on
well.
The green, and he could have a final look at a birdie on the 18th to see that if he can take home a 3-shot lead instead of 2.
Absolutely, and how close he stopped that ball from that thick rough just showcases how good that strike must have been, because we saw Aman Raj coming up from that side. The ball
needs a little bit of help out there.
Yes, so on this hole, the ball comes very, very close if you get a good drive in, which I'm presuming Shukra has done it, and could be having a bit of a road issue with his ball.
One of those days I just need a hit and they calling out, yeah. Check! This is my temple, this is my mental peace sanctuary. The one thing I can't do without, you better hear me. Can't do without, I can't do without.
The ultimate biking experience is incomplete without Servo 40 Extra from Indian Oil.
The capsule's a bitter pill to swallow.
Servo 40 Extra from Indian Oil. Can't do without.
Yes, absolutely. I guess the ruling issue has been sorted out, and time for the execution part. Sukra would be looking to, I mean, definitely bump and run, but again, if I have a close look at the club in his hand, it's again seems to be a lofted club, so he's going aerial as well. Maybe he has that advantage of the ball being on a slightly uphill, so that could add loft and give him an advantage. He is hoping that is the case. Is it a very, very good approach shot from there? Sukra, after that horrid start which he had, has somewhat managed to creep back up by making 3 birdies on hole number 13, 14, and the treacherous 17th. So if he can manage this, then a lot of his dirty work would have been washed off, and he would be just one over par for the day, which would put him back into the top 10 at least.
Tremendous job done for him. A bit of a change on the leaderboard. Couple actually had a birdie on the final hole, the 18th, that helped him move into the tied third position alongside Sachin, who's here on the 18th. Yes, it drops. So Sachin actually pulled off a great putt there, and I think that's going to make his lunch taste very, very good.
He just made sure that he's not out of the leaderboard after that part. That birdie puts him back into the leader group and make sure that he stays over there. But that, more than a putt, it seemed like a Houdini's magic act from that far out for the ball to finish in the bottom of the hole. And
Perfectly judged.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets to 12, and let's see if
OP would, OP would be looking to emulate the fact that he can make birdie on the
this is not
18th.
even close. Not
I-
even close.
I guess OP thought it's a little bit faster than the rest of the greens, because that looked like more of a push me to the hole rather than a hit, which generally he generates. And here is a look at the man who actually has a realistic birdie putt, Sukra, on his closing hole. Sukra's had a very up and down, topsy-turvy day with 5 bogeys and 3 birdies. This single putt would make that he's just dropped one shot after that terrible start which he had. Nicely done. That would be a big burden lifted off his shoulders as he gets a
Yes,
congratulatory
that was an
hug.
amazing fight back from the young. I mean, 5 bogeys in the first 10 and 4 birdies in the last 8. I think that sums up a very, very good effort in the latter half of the round. So there we are. I mean, the end of another wonderful day here. We still need the confirmation of the scores. The ball stops at the lip and decides to jump in.
Yes, absolutely. This draws to the conclusion of round 3 of the IndianOil Servo Masters 2023, where the boys have fought very, very valiantly, and Om Prakash is still the leader, maybe by 2 or.
We just need to get the confirmation of the the scores. Om Prakash gives him a big, huge hug here.
Yes, the young man getting
here.
some words of encouragement and acknowledgement from the big guy. And here's a look at the final completion of the. We still need the 17th hole updated for the lead, 18th hole updated for the leaders, but the standing leaderboard looks like this.
So we've now got the updated scores, even though you can see it up to the 17th for the leading trio. Om Prakash Chauhan maintains his lead with a par of the final 18th and final, shoots a 5 under round for the third day. He is 14 under and 2 clear of Aman Raj, who had a fantastic 66, a 6 under 66, and Sachin Basoya, who nailed a birdie on the 18th to ensure that he stayed in the final group for the final day. Now, Sachin Basoya got it 3 under 69 on the third day. He's at 12 under alongside Aman Raj. Kapil Kumar with a birdie on the 18th is 11 under in sole fourth position. Akshay Sharma, Sarthak Chibber, and Pukhraj Gill, who unfortunately dropped a bogey on the 18th. All three of them are at 10 under. So the first 7 players, the top 7 players, are separated by 4 shots. An absolutely scintillating round of golf awaits all of us on the final day at the IndianOil Servo Masters at the Digboi Golf Links, which carries an enhanced purse of rupees 80 lakhs. There's still lots to play. Om Prakash Chauhan leads the order of merit, but Sachin Basoya and Aman Raj are not going to let that go so easily. Aditya?
Absolutely. OP is the man to catch once again, as he is showcasing why he's sitting at top by producing a fabulous round of 5 under par under severe conditions. And here's a look at the highlights of how the day has transpired. But the work has been done by all the professional golfers who were descendant upon Digboi for round 3. They've all chalked up their scorecards and submitted it. It's a matter of a few hours when we will be back on your screens giving you live coverage of round 4 for the IndianOil Servo Masters, where we will have one man standing tall and ahead of everybody. From the looks of it, it could be the man who is still there, but funnier things have happened in life, and some really talented players are going to try and put their foot to the middle and try and chase him down. So all of you who were tuned in with us for this coverage, we thank you for the support, and we'll be looking forward for you to join us for tomorrow's live coverage and the conclusion of the IndianOil Servo Masters 2023.